strengthen the women we have, and that's, anyone today knows that the women have a long way to go in this country still.
With that, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this appointment, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That item has been approved. Thank you. Congratulations, Arcela.
Thank you very much.
On Wednesday, item number 9 was a second consideration of an ordinance that would establish the Graffiti Removal and Recovery Act. Now, this act would hold the parent or guardian of a minor graffiti offender liable for the recovery of abatement costs. Pointing to an increasing trend of harsher sentencing for our young people and the costs associated with incarceration, District 6 Councilmember Tony Cardenas calls Senior Assistant City Attorney Bruce Reardon to the center table for an explanation of the proposed ordinance.
When a young person does time behind bars, they wear those little orange jumpsuits. We, the taxpayers, are paying $252,000 a year for them to be behind bars. Now, instead of tracking them to go that route, what we're talking about here is coupling the responsibility of their parents and the actual young person together and creating an opportunity for them to do some kind of restitution or payback and or remove the graffiti and community service, correct?
That is correct.
Is that a lot cheaper than $252,000 a year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is about?
This is an alternate to incarceration. As someone put it, as Travis put it to me, if this ordinance passes, then that will create an option. Without the ordinance, the option is to pursue the matter criminally or not to pursue it at all. And that has led us to the point in the city where, as we testified in public safety, we have, and this is a pretty extraordinary number, I thought it was extraordinary, a $7 million a year cost for graffiti abatement. And yet our recovery is somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000, and that's an enormous gap that is...
Okay, wait a minute. So we're spending about $7 million as a city a year to remove graffiti, but when we look at recovering from the actual offenders, right now we're bouncing around $50,000 a year.
Correct.
So there's a tremendous imbalance of responsibility on behalf of the people who are creating this problem and us, the taxpayers, having to pay for trying to mitigate or remove the graffiti, right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is an attempt. We took this assignment from Councilmember Zine and Parks, and literally from the first week we met, and all three of the people at this table were in that meeting, our goal was to take the best parts of other ordinances, in our judgment, and to share that with the council, what we thought were the best parts of ordinances and approaches in other communities, Pico Rivera, San Jacinto, the county, but adapt them to LA, which is different from those communities. The problem is bigger here, and it is, to put it in an expression, the best metaphor, like we mentioned yesterday, Los Angeles is not Mayberry, meaning that we can't simply have a graffiti problem that is then taken care of that afternoon and we move on. Oftentimes it takes as long as a year, maybe even longer, to correct a graffiti problem in a particular neighborhood, or I think of blocks of the Harbor Gateway or of your district in the Valley. It sometimes can take months and even years to correct a graffiti problem.
Concerned about areas that continually attract graffiti, District 1 Councilmember Ed Reyes asks about alternative security measures to identify graffiti vandals.
There are some areas that we know that are chronic sites of this continuous graffiti over and over again. I think some of our bridges are being held up by the paint that we put on it. But you look at some of the walls that are next to middle schools, like Nightingale Middle School on Figueroa. We've got these walls that have been painted on since I was a kid. It's going back 40 years. Well, okay, 45. But the fact is, our ability to use these funds, would it allow us to move forward in a way in which, let's say an area requires a camera to enhance security. We've been painting and painting forever. No one seems to identify the taggers or those who are hitting it. It's an area where 2 or 3 gangs converge and they're constantly trying to fight for their presence there. They want their tag to be the one that stays, but because of the good work of our graffiti removal folks, maybe it lasts 4 or 5 hours, maybe it lasts 2 days. So can we use this fund to move in a direction where we can put together a system that has cameras that is enhanced with the security in the area, whether with the school district or with the LAPD, or let's say with the sheriffs, with the rail stations. You have different jurisdictions that have police presence, break down the communication. They tend to function in silos. Everyone's overwhelmed. But if we can put these cameras where they can't be shot out, we can disguise them within the urban fabric. It might help us identify who is actually doing the tagging. Is that something we can do?
Yes, sir. And in fact, I believe I'm familiar with the walk bridge that you're referring to because my colleague, Arturo Martinez, I think worked with your district to, that bridge was a perfect example of a location where graffiti was so intense that people just didn't use the bridge because it was too scary. And I mean that in the most sincere way. And that's been cleaned up, but that's one step in the right direction. We need to make that a citywide project. And the short answer to your question, knowing everyone's time is very important here, is yes.
Asking for the kitchen sink to be included in the ordinance, Councilmember Dennis Zine explains what steps are being taken in his District 3 to stop graffiti vandals and asks if everything possible is being done.
Is what else can we do that we haven't done that your research shows we can implement into another ordinance? You've done a lot of research, Jody. I know you've got every book and every CD on this issue. What kind of things can be included that we haven't included? Because when we drive down the freeways, when we drive down the streets, the city is turning into a graffiti-laden environment, and it's negative for everyone. The gangbangers may like it, the taggers may like it, everyone else is frustrated with it. So what else can we put in that we haven't put in? I want the kitchen sink included in this to give every tool available to eradicate this, as other cities have been successful in eradicating. We've tolerated, we need to eradicate it. Go ahead.
That is the goal. The goal is to make, well, the goal would be to be at a point where Councilmember Labange pointed out that we are the leading edge of this, where we like to think that in other areas we set the standard. That said, this ordinance already has started a process, as I mentioned before, but I want to underline. We met with Chief Moore, for example, in the Valley on Friday. His focus is laser-like on this problem, too, as far as I can tell. And he knows, like we know, that the process that's before us now is taking this to the next level. This can't just be an ordinance. Jody Galvin can't just be a coordinator who's going to meetings. This has to be something real. And we need, and that's the importance of having LAPD assign it to certain ownership with certain members of the command staff, just as we have. It has to be owned by certain individuals. People do count. They make a difference. And when it's assigned to certain people, things get done.
Please open the roll on that item. Do we have to open the roll, close the roll? Tabulate the vote?
11 ayes.
Next item?
Next item.
And joining us now is Senior Assistant City Attorney Bruce Reardon. Mr. Reardon, welcome back to Council Week in Review.
Well, it's nice to be here, Jack. It's nice to be here to talk about the subject that we're addressing today as well.
Well, certainly we've watched a bit of the council discussion with you on graffiti. Some people claim that graffiti is art. Is graffiti ever art?
Not for the victims of graffiti. When graffiti is done on public property, private property, or any other kind of property, it's vandalism. It can range from an infraction to a misdemeanor to a felony, but in those cases, whether it has artistic quality or not is simply not relevant. It is a crime. It is vandalism. In other arenas, we know, in fact, we're trying to direct some graffiti vandals towards creative uses. They can go to schools to put graffiti up in places where it may in fact be art, but when it's on private property, it's vandalism, it's a crime, it's as simple as that.
Let's talk about the ordinance at hand. What are the 4 parts of the ordinance? How will they be applied, and what laws currently govern graffiti vandals?
Thanks, Jack. This new ordinance, which was inspired by Council Members Zine and Parks, and it was inspired by their review of some new laws that had popped up in the county of Los Angeles as well as across the state and the country. They then consulted with the city attorney's office, and over the last year, we produced really a revamped ordinance to address graffiti as we currently deal with it. We had the expression to bring the ordinance into the 21st century, so that graffiti, which has been a problem for years and years, but is a much bigger problem now, can be dealt with effectively. This ordinance provides a middle ground. In the past, graffiti vandalism was dealt with in one of two ways, either as a crime to be prosecuted as a felony or misdemeanor, or, frankly, not at all, simply to be washed over and cleaned up, at great expense to the city, I might add. What this provides in the middle is a four-step process that takes the graffiti vandal can now, with this ordinance, be subjected to, in the first step, to monitoring and classes for parenting, if it's the parent of a graffiti vandal, or for the young man to be given services so that they can redirect their energies. If needed, the person can be sent to community service, which frankly is pretty hard work and typically will involve abatement of graffiti. If that doesn't work, they can be fined up to $1,000, and if the fines don't work or are not paid, a lien can actually be put on property so that the government can collect that money.
As for the graffiti vandals themselves, what's the typical age for a graffiti vandal? Why are they so difficult to catch? And don't some of them see this as their identity in life, their signature?
Oh, those are really good questions. And in fact, the typical age we're seeing, it straddles, and this actually makes it extra difficult to follow up, because it straddles the juvenile category. We have a lot of young teenagers, 12 to 17, 12 to 18, who are throwing graffiti up on walls. We also have 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds. Now, they're adults under the law, so we have this straddle between the juvenile system and the adult system, and that puts an extra burden on prosecutors because we have to work together to deal with the problem. But what you say is absolutely right. It is a epidemic quality problem, because for these taggers, as they're called, as they call themselves, it is truly their identity. I mean, they are marking their territory, truly, and when it's gang graffiti, they're literally marking their territory, indicating this is territory of a particular gang. If it's a tagging crew, they're expressing the fact that they want it to be known that they tagged a particular area. And then to follow up on your question, it's so hard to catch. And I've been a career prosecutor. I've been a prosecutor for a long time. And two of the hardest crimes to catch are graffiti and arson. They both take place typically late at night. They're usually done, like I said, under the cover of night, done by a crew. A lookout is involved. They're done in areas that are often underpopulated or depopulated. And there aren't that many police out on those areas at that time. Unless someone is literally caught in the act, it is very hard to follow up on one of these cases.
We heard you refer to graffiti vandalism as a gateway crime. How so?
It may be the ultimate gateway crime. Many people try and find gateway crimes, and by that we mean crimes that when they're committed by young people, if there isn't intervention and prevention at an early stage, those crimes can lead to bigger, worse, more dangerous crimes. And by dangerous, I mean not only dangerous to the public, but dangerous to the individual. Here's what I mean. You start with gang graffiti, or you start with putting your name up. To a lot of young people, that seems like a nothing crime. They don't consider it a big deal. But that is a gateway. The person can get caught, get picked up, pick up a short rap sheet or a criminal record, get deeper and deeper into the gang life, and you have a 12 or 13 or 14-year-old that starts tagging a wall. 10 years later, that guy can be in jail for the rest of his life for an attempted murder. That's the sort of gateway that we want to get to at the young age, intervene, redirect that person so they never get to that bladder stage.
You refer to the cost to society there. What does it cost the city of Los Angeles for graffiti removal? And would this new ordinance offer a cost savings?
The cost is extraordinary. In the research of developing this ordinance, we've all learned, and then whenever we share it with anyone, they're surprised to know that last year alone, the city of Los Angeles spent $7 million on graffiti abatement, just the cleanup. $7 million for the cleanup of 560,000 locations. The city recovered in restitution $50,000. So the gap is extraordinary. We hope with this ordinance and with enhanced efforts by the LAPD and the city attorney's office, working with our other counterparts like the DA, we hope to close that gap. on both ends. On one end, we hope to bring down the number of graffiti incidents. That'll bring the number down. On the other end, we hope to bring back some money through civil fines and penalties so that we can use that money to catch more graffiti vandals.
By the way, how are you working with the LAPD? A lot of people would say that they have much more serious crime to deal with out there beyond graffiti.
It's a really good question, and people do say that. And in fact, when I started this job a couple of years ago, it was a concern of mine, too, that the LAPD may not be interested in this because they do have really serious crimes, not just gang crimes, but domestic violence, sex offenders. They have to keep the city safe. That said, Chief Bratton and his command staff agree with the city council, the mayor, and those of us who work this area that this crime is a serious crime. To the public at large, it's not just blight, although it is blight. It's also a symbol of decay. It can be fearful. It can be intimidating. In fact, some street corners throughout the city of LA, as we learned in council, as various council members testified, there are some parts of the city that people are afraid to go to because there's so much graffiti. So the problem is real. And what Chief Bratton has done with his command staff is really ramp up what's known as community policing. So they're out there in the community, and these are the kind of crimes that they can focus on, what are known as the quality of life crimes. And I will go further and say that in the last few months, and I think it's been as a result of this ordinance process, Chief Bratton has assigned a coordinator for that, as has the city attorney, and we anticipate working together over the next 6 months to a year and producing some good results.
You've just been talking about the criminal aspects of it. A few minutes ago, you made reference to it almost being a family problem as well. In fact, I think you brought up family counseling as a possibility.
That's right. I mean, and it's a very good point, Jack. I mean, look, this is a crime. If you deface property, it's a crime. But we also have to recognize that our prisons are overcrowded, and they're overcrowded with a lot of violent criminals, drug traffickers, sex offenders, people who are in jail because they're a threat to the public. We know that when it comes to graffiti, in many instances, it's a lesser crime. It's a crime that does not represent an immediate threat to the public. So those individuals, and particularly if they're young, particularly if they're juveniles, prison and custody may not be the best place for them. In fact, many of us think it's not the best place to start. We want to start, and this graffiti ordinance allows us to have options as prosecutors to recommend to the court, and we think the courts were very receptive to this, alternate sentencings, monitoring, community service, put the young person to the test to see if they can pass these tests without going to jail. If they succeed, they move on. If they fail, frankly, we know what happens. That's a cycle that does tend to lead to jail. But if we can intervene at an early stage, keep those people out of jail, we can save everyone a lot of money and, frankly, prevent a lot of tragedy.
Anybody who lives in the city of Los Angeles, or even some of the surrounding communities like Burbank and San Fernando, has no doubt noticed that the same places keep getting tagged over and over and over, keep getting painted over and tagged again. What can you do about that, if anything? And frankly, if somebody sees graffiti being painted in progress, what should they do?
Well, that's maybe the most important question of all, because people do see it all the time. We're told, even today, individuals told me, even in the studio, that they've seen it happen. It is something that people witness all the time. And it's very important that if anyone in the city of LA witnesses graffiti going on, at that moment, that's a crime in progress, and they can call 911 and report it to the police. Because that literally, and they report it as a crime in progress, the graffiti vandalism. If we take a step back from that, someone wants to report the fact that the graffiti is up there, but it's not a crime in progress. They want to report it on their building or in their neighborhood. The best source for that is the 311 system, the Los Angeles 311. Everyone knows about 911. Everyone knows about 411. But 311 is the number to call to report graffiti in your neighborhood. It will be followed up on and cleaned up on. Now, I have one more piece of information for people. If they have an ongoing problem in their neighborhood, but they can't exactly report it as a crime in progress, but it's more than just some graffiti on a wall, Chief Bratton and his command staff have established and really ramped up what's known as the Senior Lead Officer Program, the SLOW. There's a Senior Lead Officer in every division of LAPD, at least one, maybe several. Reach out, find out who your Senior Lead Officer is, reach out to them, and report the problem. I guarantee you'll get a response. Whether we can fix the problem to your satisfaction, that remains to be seen, but I guarantee you'll get a response from LAPD.
All terrific information. Very briefly, because we're almost out of time, something that has occurred to me and maybe other people as well. The very first response you gave us, you referred to it as being graffiti on public property. Well, what about all those, especially white vans that are on bridge overpasses and in front of people's businesses? Those are also increasingly falling victim to graffiti as well.
In fact, it's become, there's actually an expression for it, Jack. You're so right that there's actually become an expression in law enforcement, box truck graffiti. There is you're absolutely right. Anyone, now that you've mentioned it, I'm sure if anyone watching the show has heard, here's the expression, box truck graffiti. They will see it literally the next time they're out on the roads. That's really the next step, the next phase. Councilmember Zine asked us to make a report over the next 90 days to the City Council. He wanted a report on spray paint, but I can also tell you that an area that we'll make a report on is on box truck graffiti. It's another serious problem. Harder problem to address because the trucks are always, just like you said, they're always on the move, harder to locate, but we have some ideas that we will be submitting to the City Council to see if we can bring down the blight that box truck graffiti presents to people on a daily basis. And Jack, if I could make one last point that I didn't bring up, I don't want to waste your time, but I know you asked me to address, if people see graffiti taking a place in a neighborhood, please do not intervene. Law enforcement has asked me to tell the people of LA, don't intervene, it's dangerous. Don't take your life don't put your life at risk to stop graffiti. Call the police, they're trained, they will intervene, and if you do make that call, you can really make a contribution to your neighborhood.
Thanks so much for all the information and the advice from Senior Assistant City Attorney Bruce Reardon. Thanks for joining us on Council Week in Review. Again, your Los Angeles City Council voted unanimously to enact the Graffiti Removal and Recovery Act. To report acts of vandalism again, just call 311, your one call to City Hall. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35 or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And now, those of you living in the Harbor area can go to the San Pedro City Hall, located at 638 South Beacon Street, room 700 in San Pedro, and also participate in council meetings via video teleconferencing. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending May 22nd, 2009. On behalf of Tom Kuwahara and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
My God, how did this happen? As a child, I was always in a hurry. As I got older, I was always distracted. And in another second, I'll kill a little girl. Our driving behavior starts at an early age. Traffic safety is everybody's responsibility. Watch the road.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for May 26, 2009. We're here in the John Ferraro Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, except for the first Friday of the month, in which we're in Van Nuys City Hall. And we welcome members of the public who are here in our council chambers, those in Van Nuys and in San Pedro in our remote locations, as well as our viewers on Channel 35, which broadcasts us live each council meeting and rebroadcasts us in the evening as well. We are available online at lacity.org. If you click on the left side, there's links so you can watch live webcasts of our council meetings. We've also archived our past council meetings for your convenience as well. And lastly, you can always use your telephone to listen into your council meetings or any of the committee meetings of the City Council, and that's a service called Council Phone. The number is 213-621-CITY, 213-621-CITY, and you can listen into any of the council meetings. We also have podcasts and a wealth of information at lacity.org for information of city departments, city services, your elected officials, and other ways to improve the quality of your life. We have our agendas available as well online. Those are made available 72 hours in advance or 24 hours in advance for our special meeting items. Those are also available here in person or in the city clerk's office. Our agendas are split into items that have already had public hearings in committee and those that have not yet received a public hearing. If you would like to speak on any of the items, please fill out a speaker card either here or in Van Nuys or San Pedro, where we're able to listen in to you remotely, and hand that to one of the sergeants at arms or one of the staff members, and we'll be sure to hear your items. If an item has already had a public hearing in committee, it requires a reopening of public hearing to have those cards be heard. We also have a section of the meeting called General Public Comment, which is for items that are not on the agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the City Council. We require 10 members, or two-thirds of our 15-member body, to constitute a quorum and to begin business. I want to thank those members that are here. We have 9 members: Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Huizar, Mr. Parks, Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Zine. We're still awaiting the 6 following members who are now late. They will make their way down as soon as possible: Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Labange, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Wesson. As soon as we have one more member, we will begin the meeting. Appreciate your patience as we wait for those late council members, and as soon as one of them arrives, we will begin the meeting. Thank you very much. Mr. Zine?
Hahn and Ms. Hahn are still in committee. I just left the committee. They'll be down shortly.
Okay, we can have the sergeants at arms to
They are in the building.
bring one of them down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes is now here. Please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruhl, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right. Ms. Perry moves and Mr. Reyes seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Zine moves and Mr. Smith seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well.
Mr. President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute.
All right. If I can ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for our salute to the flag. And Mr. Zine, will you be kind enough to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. It'll be my honor. Place your hand over your heart. Ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. If we can run through the agenda, please.
The first item on the agenda, item 1, is an ordinance notice for public hearing. Council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold that?
Yes, please. Let's hold that till we have Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Labange, and Mr. Wesson with us who are still expected any moment. Thank you. Next item.
Item 2 is a street lighting district notice for public hearing, and council should continue the hearing and present the ordinance on June 16th.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll go ahead and continue the ordinance till the 16th.
Next items 3 through 7 are also ordinances. You wish to hold those?
Yes, please. Let's hold those on the desk till we have 12 members, please. Next
Items 8 and 9 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay. 8 and 9 are before us. Anybody wishing to call those special? So, Mr. Reyes, number 9. Anybody wishing to call 8 special? 8, Mr. Parks. Next items, please.
Items 10 through 24 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item 10 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commission appointment on the desk.
And you have ordinances in that section as well, items 11, 12, and 13.
Let's hold those on the desk for 12 members. Next items. We have 14 through 24. Do we have cards on any of those?
Yes, Mr. President, there are cards on 14, 16, 21, 22, and 24.
Okay. Anybody from the council wishing to call others special, 14 through 24? 14 through 24. I will also go ahead and call 21 special. Any other specials, colleagues? Not. Let's go ahead on the balance. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right. Those are approved. If we can take up the ordinances we are holding. Now Ms. Hahn is here, and Mr. Labange is here as well.
Yes, Mr. President, those are items 1, 3 through 7, 11, and 12. I do believe you wish to hold 13?
Yes, please. Mr. Reyes calls 13 special as well. Okay. 3 through 7 and 11 and 12. Please open the roll. Sorry, and 1 as well.
13 ayes.
Which one? Those are approved. Next items, please.
On the supplemental agenda, items 25 through 28 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And on item 25, there is a request to continue that matter to June 9th.
Any objection, colleagues, to continuing item 25 to the 9th of June? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and continue that. Next item.
That would leave you 26, 27, and 28.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call 26, 27, or 28 special? If not, we'll go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Those are approved, and Prop 245 is asserted on number 26. All right. If we can go ahead and take the commissioner up, and then we'll go to public comment.
That is item 10, and that is the appointment and reappointment of Ms. Joy Atkinson to the Police Permit Review Panel.
Okay. We could come on forward. And good to see you. I'd like to thank you for putting yourself forward for public service, and thank the mayor for a great nomination. I know Ms. Atkinson and your activism extremely well, and I'd like to give you this opportunity to say anything to the council and the public about your interest in this position.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I was pleasantly surprised when I got nominated for the Police Review Permit panel. I am a lifelong Angelino, love doing civic and community involvement in the community, and I was just pleased to be able to serve as a commissioner once again. I have experience as a commissioner because I was on the City Planning Commission for a year and a half, and before that, a year and a half on the South Los Angeles Planning Commission, so I understand the process very well. Good administrator, and I'm just looking forward to serving the city once again in this commission.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the council member from the 10th District, Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I don't want to say how long we've known each other. It was long. It is long. I don't know where or how you find the time, given everything else that you do. But Joy has experience in the public sector, the private sector. She has been a community leader for a long time. I would ask all my colleagues to give this a unanimous vote. And Joy, again, thank you for your service. And you've been a dear friend of mine for a long time. And where you find the time beats the heck out of me. But I'm glad you have found the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. There's no other speakers from the council. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Congratulations and welcome aboard. Great to have you back.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll take up our general public comment now. Again, this is for items that are not on the agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the City Council. As a reminder, items that are on the agenda today will be taken up in a later item, so please, if we could keep our comments to that. There's 2 minutes on the clock there to help you guide your time, both here and in our remote locations. And our first speaker is Mr. Leonard Shapiro. Mr. Shapiro? Yeah, Mr. Labange, while we're waiting.
Welcome back, Mr. Garcetti. Thanks for your service to the country.
Thank you very much.
Could, number 11, the no-ho bid be forthwith, please?
Absolutely. Without objection, we'll send number 11 forthwith. And Mr. Shapiro, a very good morning to you, sir.
Mr. President, members of the council, as I said last week, I am determined that I'm going to come back to visit the city council more often. And right now, I walked into a meeting that everybody's talking about signs and what the city going to do about them. I always remember the last time signs came up before the city council was an election 8 years ago, where a guy named Delgadillo, who was your city attorney at the present time, was running against Mike Feuer, and he was running 15 percentage points behind. But 1 week before election, the sign companies gave him about 100 free signs, and he won. And now Delgadillo is your attorney, so there's no negating the fact that signs are extremely important, and something should be done about that. But right now, when I look around the city, on Sunset Boulevard and on many other big streets, Wilshire or La Cienega, what have you, the proliferation of signs is awful. In addition to doing what you're going to do, you got a whole electrical union here that I want to tell you about.
Could I pause you for 1 second, Mr. Shapiro? Items 9 and 13 are on the sign ordinance, so if you'd like to wait, the general public comment is for items that are not yet on the agenda. But if you want to use this time to talk about anything else, you can.
To point out the fact
Thank you.
that I remember what happened with Mike Feuer and Delgadillo a long time ago, and it's important, and in addition to the pros and cons and grandfathering and what have you, and that I want you to understand that signs are a very important thing, and the lack of enforcement over the last 5 or 6 years or 8 years is awful. When you pass an ordinance, you got to enforce it, and you got to be sure that they got money to enforce it, or else take it off the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro, and good to see you. Mort Allen is our next speaker. After that is Donna Pearman. Good morning.
Good morning. This is a new day in the city of Los Angeles. You're going to meet somebody in a little while, our new city attorney. And I just wanted to mention to everybody here that we've spent the last year we went to over 200 community meetings, over 200 church groups and everything, and it's very interesting. People are so thrilled that the city is coming back to the people, and the biggest 2 comments that we got from the whole public, without exception, is people don't mind billboards, they hate digitals, and people don't like that they're not involved with the big land use decisions, the high rises and all that. Other than that, they love the city. These 2 issues, so I think you're going to see it's going to be a new day, and he'll be down in a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Our next speaker is Donna Pearman. After that is Sean Murphy. Good morning, Donna.
Good morning. I'm out here now. Anyway, I need to bring the early retirement package for the city employees, not to let it die in a committee. I am mad at the mayor, and I wish you hadn't, Mr. Garcetti, you hadn't taken it off the table and put it in committee. I heard Councilman Zine, I only hear him talking about the police. We need to talk about other city employees. And we came down to the committee meeting for city employees, but it wasn't here. It was canceled. Apparently, they didn't want to hear our side. They want to close. This is the time the city employees and union need to stand up for the mayor and the city council and demand fairness. You know fairness, don't you, Mr. Garcetti? You wanted it for hotel workers. Mr. Rick Nightingale doesn't know compassion. He wants everyone to have it tough. He doesn't believe a public employee should have a decent wage. He told me if they have benefits, they don't need good pay, too. That's wrong. He talks about private industries, they let go of people whenever. And that's the way it is because, they sell things, and so if they have to let go of people, they have to let go of people. That's the way it is. They let go of a mass amount of people. It's okay to fire city employees, I guess. Well, I say it's wrong for private industry, it's wrong for the city. When the city council and mayor squandered our money, when the pension money is lost in investments, why does city employees have to foot the bill? We need our city employees. Everyone needs to help the city. We need our electricians. We need our sanitation workers. It's a safety and health issue. It's not right to take away benefits. It's not right to tell them to pay more for their pension. They're already paying more for the medical to save lots of jobs, and apparently that didn't go anywhere, so why do I believe anything here would go anywhere? We need to stand up for all city employees. I want all city employees to come over here and say no. They need to come over here. The people used to do it. People did it on the farm workers, and they got what they wanted. Let the city employees do it too. Please come up and...
Thank you, Donna. Our next speaker is Sean Murphy.
Right here.
And after that is Miriam Fogler. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. President. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Can you get a close on Can one of the cameras get a close on my medal, please, while I speak? Thank you. It was a nice day in L.A. for the bike-a-thon and the runners in the L.A. Marathon. My brother was in the L.A. Marathon. I did well in the bike-a-thon. I think my brother did well. I think he finished four something hours. I really don't know. Listen, I'd like to talk about the potholes in the streets. A lot of potholes need to be streets. 2 bikes crashed yesterday at the Miracle Mile area. I passed the bikers that crashed, and I felt sorry for them. And I hope the L.A. Marathon will go back to March. I didn't like the date change. Please take it. Please take it back to March. Also, I'll explain the reason why we have this recession. You could blame the early 90s. It happened too. That's why we're in a mess like we are now. I hope it'll get better. And I have a message for the new attorney of the new district attorneys. Please do a good job of cracking down on crime. We really need a better city attorney. Rocky Duncan deal was kind of good. He was all right, but I hope the new city attorney does well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Miriam Fogler is our next speaker. After that is Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Hear me out there.
Can you move the microphone down a little bit, Miriam? Thank you.
Okay. I'm here because a lot of things have been happening here in the city, including the talks on the budget. So I know there are people out there that have personal vendettas against people who want to work jobs. I know somebody named Rick Nightingale who worked for the public for 30 years. This gentleman, and he comes down there. He comes and complains that he had 3 members of his family lose money. That's why he's personally against the city workers and against everybody working here for the city, police and fire. He wants everybody's thing. And, the bottom line is, the gas is going up. We have the recession. I think it's very fair that the city workers getting with their contract. Fire and Power got a lot more money. And so is the fire and police are, if you want good personnel working here, you got to pay what you get. You want good salary, you want good workers, you got to pay them good salaries, like engineers, electricians. So I'm just saying to you, you're going to get what you pay for, just like hotel workers. You only want to pay them $11 an hour and $12 an hour. You're not going to get the kind of service that if you pay them $20 an hour, they're going to do a superb job. And people deserve what they get, what they make. And I don't like somebody coming and saying, well, I want this person not to make that much or take it away because I've had members of my family lose their money. And I'm going to get even. It's not right to come down and do that. That's not civic. And that's not right. And God sees what you're doing. Anybody that does that, doing a bad thing to other people is bad, including having layoffs. To me, I'd like to see the early retirement program put back on the table and full pension, full retirement given to the people who are working here so that we can save 1,000 jobs here. So this, to me, is a waste of time and money to waste time going around and around like a merry-go-round. So I'd like to have it done at early retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Vogler. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is Shanae Arnold, or Sean Arnold, excuse me.
Good morning, to the blatant liars and their supporters and enablers sitting on the City Council. The motion presented by Han Labange, seconded by Rosenthal, regarding the LA Marathon gave me reason to ponder why you would have such a blatant lie in your motion. Were you lying for the benefit of the religious communities? Maybe you're just compulsive, or lying to cover for Frank McCourt. A simple motion brought down by a foul, blatant lie, even a third grader would know better than to utter. But City Council, the beat goes on. Just ignore the messenger. Ignore the message. You would hope that someone with a voice would also recognize the fallacy in the motion. But even in today's LA Times, it's repeated. The marathon was moved from the first Sunday in March to Memorial Day. But in the hearings held in City Council chambers, there was a motion to move it to President's Day in February, brought to you by Frank McCourt's mouthpiece and the so-called religious leaders. What was wrong with that Monday? Maybe it's too close to Sunday. Don't know. But it was changed again to Memorial Day. So why would your motion say it was a valiant idea to move the marathon from Sunday in March to Memorial Day, excluding the fact that you ushered in the change to President's Day? Other than the fact that when you sold the marathon to Frank McCourt, you gave him the legal opportunity to move it to any Monday he wanted to, and now the City Council will be forced to buy it back. Watergate was a third-rate burglary. This is a fourth-rate lie. Hopefully it'll bring you down.
Our next speaker is Sean Arnold, and then after that is Lisa Sarkin.
We have 6 others. There's a bigamy provision.
Is it Sean or Shanae?
It's Sean.
Sean, thank you. Sean Arnold.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. I am Sean Arnold. I'm a practicing attorney here in downtown Los Angeles. But more importantly, I am the event co-chair for the 2009 Downtown Los Angeles Relay for Life. And this is a 24-hour event that benefits the American Cancer Society. This is my second year chairing the event. We wanted to let you know about the event because there are a lot of Relay for Lifes in Los Angeles, and this one is right here on your south lawn of City Hall. The event will begin at 9:00 a.m. on Saturday, August the 1st, and it will continue for 24 hours until 9:00 a.m. on Sunday, August the 2nd, and the Honorable Jan Perry graciously secured the site for us. So we're very excited to bring this relay to you again, and we wanted to distinguish ourselves and let you know that this is happening right here on the south lawn of City Hall this summer. We'll have 14 live acts playing live music. We've got face painters and clowns for the kids. So it's very much an event that's open to the public, and we are looking forward to anyone who wants to join us on the committee or form teams and participate. Thank you very much, and have a beautiful day.
Thank you very much. Lisa Sarkin is our next speaker, and after that we'll go to Van Nuys for Zuma Dog.
I'm cool with continuing now.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
In the Los Angeles Times this week, the Department of Building and Safety sent out these notices that I think are despicable. I love to use that term when I'm here because how dare they ask us to snoop on our neighbors. I think it's terrible. And I think that this is something they should not be spending money on. They should be spending money on finding out how we're going to have enough water for all the development that's going on in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sarkin. Our next speaker is Zuma Dog, and after that is Matt Dowd, both in Van Nuys. Good morning.
Hey, you're after me, bro. Yes, good morning, Los Angeles. It's Zuma Dog. It's been a devastating week on my blog. I urge all council members to immediately go to ZumaTimes.com. We got some serious stuff happening. First of all, again, so happy and thrilled, Carmen Tutanich to the rescue to take over the city attorney's office. We got a real nervous controller and a real nervous mayor. Now, let me talk about something here. Andrew Cuomo, New York Attorney General, it does tie in to this story. I have found him to be such a corrupt, shady individual of international proportions, and I will be breaking an international story regarding Andrew Cuomo that is blogged on my blog. And I'm very discouraged and disappointed to find that council member Wendy Gruhl is on an Andrew Cuomo fundraising invitation with the council member title on the invitation. When are you going to learn? Why is council member Wendy Gruhl using her position as a city council member with her name on an invitation for Andrew Cuomo? We got problems here in LA, I hate to break it to you. Try raising some money for things around here. And when you read my blog, ZumaTimes.com, and the Andrew Cuomo stories, you will not be very happy with Wendy Gruhl. And it's the biggest I told you so's ever, people. All you need to know about Zuma Dog is if you want to know what's happening, you listen to it here first. I've been warning about pension scandals. I've been warning about Lacer money and the CRA. Jerry Brown, Attorney General, issued subpoenas to Weatherly Capital, Goldbridge Capital, with Darius Anderson, Dan Weinstein. I've been blogging about it. I've been mentioning it all along. $7 billion in losses. Jerry Brown, thank you for listening. Subpoenas issued on Friday. This is taken down City Hall. Villaraigosa cannot run for governor now. If he does, Jerry Brown will bitch slap him with the subpoena file. Adios, Antonio.
The next speaker is Matt Dowd.
Yeah, thank you. Matt Dowd, Channel 35. It's a tough act to follow, Zuma Dog, but he's got it all over his blog. The one thing I'm happy about is that you didn't cut him off. And that's why what happened on this podium last week is a direct result of violating the Brown Act. When you violate the Brown Act down there in that horseshoe, like you did over the marathon, and then you want to turn around and tell us that we're out of line, that's what happens. And it's not a children's program, so don't be pulling that. This is Spring Street down there, not Sesame Street. So, you know, it's a public forum, and sometimes it gets a little ugly, and see, this is what happened. I've been here from Venice Beach. A lot of people getting violated. LAPD are writing tickets everywhere on everything. And here's what happened. They changed the rules on the public without telling them, violating people's opportunity to get a space on the boardwalk. But here's the latest one, and this is the nail in the coffin that puts it into the ground on this latest ordinance. It's going straight to my attorney. This is a guy playing a saxophone on Venice Beach in a space with a permit. He's got the number on the ticket here. He's a permitted, and he's playing a sax, and he's selling CDs. Now, this is important, City Council. The federal judge, Dean Pregeson, the Honorable Dean Pregeson, said you can sell a CD and you can sell a book if it's your own creation, without question. And this police officer is making this guy carry your donation placard that says you have to give it away for free. People can take the CD for free. And this ordinance has been in effect for a whole year.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd.
And you're making the stupidest...
Our next speaker is Walter Bechtel, here in Council Chambers.
Thank you very much. I wanted to come back because I was going over the videos,
and I saw last Friday, there was only about 2 people that got up to speak, and one of them, I noticed everything he had to say was out of jurisdiction. He was talking about federal things, he was talking about the executive office, a branch of the United States, and I kept waiting for the city attorney to cut in and say, you can't speak anything on anything that's out of jurisdiction. I was curious, why doesn't the law apply to everybody in the city council chamber? The law, we're all created equal here, supposedly. How come this one person was allowed to speak out of jurisdiction?
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel.
You have to enforce the law for all the people, not just for some of the people. And I went over to the Ethics Commission, and I was trying to talk to them about entertainment problems in the city, and the person who presides over there, Peckinpah is his name. How are we going to get any justice? How are we going to get any settlement with writers' strikes or anything when you're protecting yourself with your own people there?
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. That will close our general public comment. We will now return to the items that are called special for today's meeting. If we can take up the first item, please.
And that is item 8, called special by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, we have item number 8 before us.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I have the staff come up, please? Good morning. Let me
Los Angeles Housing Department.
speak into the mic.
I'm sorry, we didn't have the mic on. Go ahead and re-identify yourself, please.
Roya Babazadeh, Los Angeles Housing Department.
Okay. Let me just ask, and this is just something that the committee report comes back exactly as our motion asks, but we just like you to add one additional consideration as you're looking at this. What we find is often people that live in particularly multifamily dwellings are the last to know that it's been foreclosed on. And so there is a very critical time in which often the DWP is basically closing off the utilities, and the people are finding out the foreclosure at the same time. What we'd like to add to this review is that as part of the foreclosure process, you should accumulate and assume the bills associated with the building, which is the utilities. Because we've had instances where we're out searching for individuals to be moved because building and safety has deemed the building to be uninhabitable, and the people that made it uninhabitable is Water and Power, who cut off the water and power. And so with the way the motion is written, it appears that there's time in which a person can move their money to this fund. We believe there's a segment of people that never get to that point, that we need to have it almost immediate, that when you take over the foreclosure, part of the foreclosure procedure should be ensuring the utilities are paid, particularly on multifamily units. And over half of our foreclosures in the 8 districts are multifamily. And so a foreclosure impacts anywhere from 3 to maybe 10 families as opposed to a single-family residence. So we'd ask you to add that segment, because the way as I reviewed the motion, it appears as though there's time that allows people to react. And many times it's almost spontaneous that they're finding out that the foreclosure and the turning off of the utilities are happening simultaneous.
We are aware of that. We look into it, but currently Housing Department has agreement with DWP for these properties. 60 days before they shut off, they provide us with the information, and we get into resolving the issues with them.
Okay. We just want to cover that little gap, and I don't know whether legally we could do that in the sense of saying as part of the foreclosure process, you must assume responsibility utilities. If it becomes a part of the foreclosure deal, we've pretty well eliminated some of this hurry up
kind of situation within the city where housing is trying to do something and holding water and power at bay. We're trying to see if whether the foreclosure process could be included in the issue of taking over the utilities.
Deputy City Attorney Judith Rill will certainly look into that and include it in the report.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Does anybody have a report from Water and Power on the current activity of the challenges of foreclosures and their utility as well as gas is separate from us?
Again, the City Attorney Judith Rill, I don't know if we have a report from Water and Power. I do know that there's a task force being headed by the CLA that's multi-agency. It involves building safety, housing, to discuss the issues related to foreclosures and renters. And I'm informed that the next meeting of the task force will be with DWP to work out these very issues so that they can include that in the report back.
I just would say the Department of Water and Power has always been as helpful as possible
Yes.
and trying to be as lenient as possible in people in stressful times. And I think that's a policy of the council from many, many years ago. So I hope we get that to continue, and maybe someone can give us a one-sheet, because I think what you spoke of, Mr. Parks, is very important. Just a one-sheet report back status. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. If there's no other speakers who wish to be heard, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
That would be items 9 and 13, called special by Councilmember Reyes.
Okay. We have items 9 and 13 next before us. Mr. Reyes, our chairman of the Planning Land Use Management Committee, will be our first speaker for 6 minutes to start. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, colleagues. I appreciate this opportunity to bring this ordinance to the council floor. It's a long time coming. It's been a lot of work. So the first step I'd like to take is to have the city attorney's office, as well as the planning staff and building and safety to the table. I want to thank them for their hard work for the past several months. I hesitate to say years, but the fact is, we've been in a place in which we're learning from our experiences. And what has come to light in the committee process, we've had several committee hearings on this. We've had several planning commission hearings on this. And the intent has always been to raise the quality of life in this great city, to allow for the flexibility in which we could respect, understand, and allow for our great city to emerge in a manner in which it gives credence to the council members of each district, the mayor's office, but more importantly, the communities in which live in these very, very diverse neighborhoods. So that being said, I'd like to call upon the planning department to give us a summary. And just to put this within context, council colleagues, this is the first reading. I'll ask the city attorney just briefly if they can just stage the process that we're in currently and the time frames that are accorded to those steps. So, city attorney, before the planning begins, can you just put into context the time frames that we're in now and the path forward? Please hold my time.
Good morning, council members. David Michelson with the Office of the City Attorney. Thank you for allowing us to address you today and these issues. All things outdoor signage can be complicated and difficult, no question, and they tend to have a long history. I'll try to make this as short as possible to sort of set the stage, as Councilmember Reyes has asked for, planning department. In 2002, the city enacted an ordinance that put in place a ban on off-site signs and supergraphic signs with a number of exceptions. This past summer, approximately August of 2008, Judge Audrey Collins in the Federal District Court ruled against the city with respect to that 2002 ban in a case called Worldwide Rush. In short, what Judge Audrey Collins ruled was that the 2002 ban was unconstitutional primarily because of a number of the exceptions that were built into that ban. In response to Judge Audrey Collins' ruling, the city enacted an interim control ordinance, or a moratorium, which prohibited the issuance of permits for off-site signs and supergraphic signs beginning in, I believe, December 26, 2008. And that moratorium, or ICO, will expire this June 24th. One of the main purposes behind that ICO was to give the city an opportunity to go back and look at the existing regulations on the books with respect to outdoor signage and to craft new regulations, a new law with respect to all aspects of outdoor signage, modernizing the existing law and laws that have been on the books for a number of years. And that's what your planning department did and has been working on for more than 6 months. We've played, in the city attorney's office, an active role. There have been many meetings at the planning commission, meetings with your plum, and now here at council. So it's here before you today, which planning department will certainly go into more detail about, is the new sign ordinance for the city of Los Angeles, a sign ordinance that is modernized, it's comprehensive, it's cohesive, and it is consistent with the laws that are presently on the books as interpreted by courts, including Judge Audrey Collins in the Worldwide Rush case.
Okay, now, Planning Department, would you please proceed and give us the highlights of what this ordinance does for the city? And I don't see building and safety at the table. You're here? Okay. Please.
Good morning, members of the council. Alan Bell, Planning Department staff. The proposed ordinance that was approved by the Planning and Land Use Management Committee is a comprehensive revision of the city's 23-year-old sign code, which was adopted in 1986. The new ordinance bans citywide digital signs and rooftop signs except in sign districts. Off-site signs or billboards are also banned. Off-site signs are signs that advertise a business that is not conducted or a product that is not sold on the property. For example, a Mercedes advertisement located on the same site as a Denny's restaurant is an off-site sign. To simplify the sign code, supergraphics are eliminated as a separate category of signs, regulated instead as wall signs, which, under the new ordinance, may no longer cover exterior windows. In addition to these measures, stiff new civil penalties are enacted to ensure compliance with the sign ordinance. The penalties range from $2,000 a day up to $48,000 a day based on the size of the sign and if there are any prior violations of the sign code. The ordinance before you today was initiated in response to a council motion that directed the Planning Department to develop new sign regulations to protect neighborhoods and to strengthen enforcement. While the ordinance was developed expeditiously, given the short 6-month interim control ordinance, ample public review was provided, including 5 Planning Commission public hearings, a public information meeting, 20 meetings with business and professional groups, and 2 hearings before the Planning Committee. The new ordinance draws upon the best practices of the most business-friendly cities in Los Angeles County, providing enough signage for legitimate business needs while reducing the excess signage that contributes to visual blight. The ordinance allows more signage than the cities of Santa Clarita and Cerritos, and approximately the same amount of signage as Glendale and Pasadena, and slightly less than Burbank. The new ordinance is organized into an integrated 3-tiered system of sign regulation. The first tier establishes baseline citywide rules. The second tier, what we call a comprehensive sign program, is a new discretionary process that may allow more signage on larger, typically multi-tenant sites than is allowed in the first citywide tier.
Mr. Bell, would you mind, because there was an important comparison you made. You identified certain cities. Can you repeat that sentence?
Yes, I will.
Please.
Again, we drew upon the best practices of business-friendly cities in Los Angeles County. And the comparison was that the city of Santa Clarita and Cerritos, they actually are providing for less signage than the proposed ordinance. We are proposing approximately the same amount as Glendale and Pasadena and slightly less than Burbank. What we found in our analysis is that the city of Los Angeles currently provides more signage, has the most permissive sign ordinance of any city within Los Angeles County. And as a result, that contributes to the kind of visual blight that we see all over the city. What the new ordinance does is it establishes a kind of parity between Los Angeles and the other cities within Los Angeles County. It, in effect, levels the playing field for business signage needs within the county.
Thank you.
I was talking about the third tier within the proposed new sign ordinance, which are sign districts. Currently, sign districts are allowed on almost any commercial or industrial property within the city. Sign districts can allow any type of signage. A sign district can allow a new billboard, it can allow a new digital sign, it can allow very large wall signs or super graphics. The new ordinance before you today differs from the existing sign regulations in three very significant ways. One, the new ordinance reduces by close to 90% the areas of the city eligible for sign district designation. Second, the ordinance prohibits sign districts next to single-family neighborhoods. It prohibits sign districts along scenic highways, and it also prohibits sign districts near sensitive ecological preserves. Finally, and most importantly, the new ordinance requires that any new billboards or digital signs that go up in a sign district are offset by the demolition of existing billboards in the surrounding neighborhood. More existing billboards must come down than can go up in a proposed new sign district, and with this provision of mandatory sign reduction, we do see that sign districts can be a powerful tool for reducing sign clutter within the city. Finally, the new ordinance closes loopholes that in the past have seriously weakened the city's efforts to effectively regulate signs while enacting strong new enforcement tools. It is a balanced ordinance that takes into consideration the needs of the business community for adequate signage while reducing the kind of visual blight and clutter that currently plagues our neighborhoods.
Thank you. One of the other key components of this ordinance has been enforcement. What has been alluded to and given an example of the level of penalties that have been increased when you have illegal billboards. The districts that have been identified, if you were to look at a map, and I would hope we can get a map to my colleagues, you would see just exactly where these signs could be built. You will find that close to 98%, and Planning Department help me out here, we reduced the area of where signs can be built to what degree? Can you put that in percentage form?
Over 90% reduction in the areas of the city eligible for sign districts, 90%. Sign districts would only be allowed in the areas of the city planned for the most intense commercial development, what we call on the general plan regional centers or regional commercial areas, and also within the downtown area.
So if you look at the city as a whole, and you look at what this ordinance does, it shrinks down the possible areas in which these signs can be built to regional centers. So we achieve the goal of protecting our bedroom communities. We give our communities who have historic characteristics. Each neighborhood has its own history, its own nuance. These billboard districts would essentially be confined to very specific areas in our respective district. So we literally shrink down the amount of area in which these signs can be built. But it offers each council member the discretion to put up a sign district given the process that has been identified through this ordinance, so that every stakeholder and every community will have a role in defining where these signs can go, which signs need to be brought down. It brings that level of discretion down to the neighborhood level through the special use districts. So because of this notion that we are against special use districts, let's understand only a few are right now in the pipeline that are actually being entertained for a signed district. They have yet to be approved. So sometimes you read in the media, we got signed districts everywhere. Quite frankly, they're being processed. They're not in place yet. And that is what we have tried to include in the grandfathering process in one of the amendments. The last point I want to make, and I would ask the council president about the public hearing process, but the last point I want to make is enforcement. Enforcement has been almost non-existent for several years. We put a lot of pressure on our building and safety director to come up with the necessary tools that will actually get us to a place where we can enforce this law. We put into consideration the possibility of having our own city start taking down these signs through the different fee systems, but that has become rather controversial because of the legal matters associated with it. We raised the question, can we fine those who are being advertised on these billboards, since that's where the money comes from, where these billboards actually are making the millions of dollars? Again, the response was, it's a very difficult legal nexus to create when you go after the advertisers. So our focus has been on the property owners who willfully engage in illegal activity, who will allow for a sign to be built illegally, and for the sign company who willfully builds these structures illegally. And that is where the heightened level of fines have come into place. So I'm hoping that Andrew Adelman, our building and safety director, makes it to the table, because we can't be late on this one. We have to be able to implement this law. We need to enforce this law, and many of the impositions created by the cluttering of signs that we see today could actually be eliminated given our existing tools, but we need the enforcement. So, Council President, I know there are many folks who want to speak. We've had several public hearings in commission, in Plum Committee. Given our timetable, the question is, do we open this up again? I am willing to do that, but that's the will of this body.
Okay. We have both items 9 and 13 before us, Mr. Reyes. Number 9 has received a public hearing. Number 13 has not. So 13 is automatically triggered by the cards, which I'm going through right now, just splitting them up. And I know some people filled out for both 9 and 13. So we could take 13 cards, and then obviously anybody with 9 and 13 as well, and then it could be up to the council whether to reopen the cards for number 9. They're essentially the same item, so I could also just go through each of the cards, Mr. Reyes, if you wanted me to do that. Okay? If there's no objection, then I think I'll just treat the cards as all the same, if there's no objection to that. We will begin then with Leonard Shapiro, and then after that we'll hear from Gus Navarro.
Mr. President and members of the council, I spoke a little bit about this 13, about the signage and what's happening, and the more you read about it, the more you hear about it, the less you understand. The whole point, as I know about signage, I didn't like the way it originated, where the city attorney was involved with those signs during his first election. But the point is, after that, it got just as bad. If you take a newcomer down any of the streets, specifically Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, it becomes a shameful experience. I'm ashamed to take people down these streets there and say, this is Los Angeles, this is my hometown. And it's not the right way to do things. The city where the signs are allowed to proliferate the way they are just looks awful. And by awful, I mean awful. It's not something that you can be proud of. And these digital signs that are coming up there, they do need control. But the big point that I understand about saying anything about this, what's happening in here, is the fact when I read the backup papers, I see that there's been a lot of talk about what's going to happen with the signage. And I find out that there's been no enforcement of the law that you have on the books since 2002. That's 7 years ago. And if you make new laws, how do you know it's going to be enforced again? The department that's involved in this claims they have no money, there's no funding, not enough funding to do it, and there's no funding for overtime, there's no funding that they can do a good job. The point is, what is the use of passing laws if you're not going to have somebody to enforce them and make sure that the right thing is done? Whatever you decide is going to be shoved in the garbage pail if you don't have enforcement, because people will obey the law when they have to obey the law. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shapiro. Gus Navarro is our next speaker. Is Gus Navarro here? If not, we'll go to Tommy Fave. Did I get that right? Excuse me if I mispronounced it. How's it pronounced?
Tommy Favai.
Favai. Got you. Thank you, Mr. Favai.
Good morning, President,
Good morning.
fellow commissioners. My name is Tommy Favai. I'm with IBEW Electrical Workers, Local 11 in the Los Angeles area. I'm here to be against the proposal for the sign ordinance. I'd like to speak on community local hire and how it affects our, local hire piece. All the members that I bring today from Local 11, they are community local hire here today, and they all are LA City residents. And if this proposal goes through, that will affect their jobs and their livelihood. I was just at the Toberman house over there in the city of San Pedro in Janice Hahn's district, where there was at least about 50 young adults and adults that were there with their families, from their mom, their dad, their aunts, their uncles, their brothers and sisters, where they were coming to there for us to give a presentation. And for them to be there and hear the presentation that we gave when they come to good construction jobs, that was really needed for them, because that would give them a leg up for their child or their brother or sister to eventually come through apprenticeship program. And that's what's going to hurt. It's going to hurt the local community on getting them good construction jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ed Wasserman, and then after that is Richard Spicer.
Good morning. I've been through numerous municipality sign ordinance revisions, and in each case, the industry has had the ability to sit down with planning and neighborhood communities to work out a fair compromise. Why is it that only Friday did planning return a call after 3 months of requested visits? And why, when hundreds of businesses and every major association came together to voice the same concerns that this new ordinance was overflowing with problems, why does council allow it to push forward? This new ordinance does nothing to help businesses survive, but quite the opposite. Respectfully, I ask the Commission to accurately discuss the issues. Do not allow the crowded off-premise super graphics to get in the way of small and mid-sized businesses from having the ability for on-premise signage or electronic message centers. You have never heard of a McDonald's, Walgreens, bank, restaurant, hotel, or gas station electronic sign as a nuisance. The clutter is because of the city's lack of enforcement, as 3 building and safety personnel roaming the miles of this city simply will not work. We have provided a motion that provides an on-premise yearly signage usage fee that would rid the city of the ongoing clutter concerns and would bring millions of dollars to a city that is in desperate need for revenue. Additionally, we have provided specific language with regards to both off and on electronic message centers, and as Commissioner Wu praised the language for standardization as to brightness levels, foot candles, hold times, and permitted only in non-residential locations for the sole purpose of existing signage, please allow me to request that this language further apply to new electronic message centers as well, and not outright ban going forward. Please bring the balance back and help businesses survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Spicer.
Good morning. My name is Richard Spicer. I'm here to represent the recommendations of the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council. Those have been expressed to you and Plum and City Planning Commission in community impact statements, a 12-point letter which you all have received, and early on in the summer of 2007 we did our own survey of our district, and we're looking forward to building and safety, looking at those and telling us which are legal, which are not legal. Our letter commends the leadership of the council, of the City Planning Commission, and the planning director. Based on our comments, we would prefer the City Planning Commission version, meaning that we do not, in our unanimous recommendation, want signs that are still pending to be under the old rules. We'd like those to be under the new rules. We'd rather not have any sign districts, but if there are, then it's very important to follow all the tools, standards, processes that are in the City Planning Commission recommendation. We have 2 ways we think what's out there could be improved. One of those is a broader right of private action. Right now it's limited to property owners within 500 feet. Enforcement is hugely important. This ordinance goes a long way down that route. Right of private action broadened would be better. There are non-conforming signs past and present. We would recommend that there be an amortization process as there is in Los Angeles County. If those can't be built into this ordinance, we would recommend that they be part of the annual review, which is extraordinarily important in order to monitor and make sure that this ordinance is being enforced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just so folks know where we are, we have 52 more cards. 2 minutes per card is about an hour and 44 minutes of testimony. We are required to do about 20 minutes of testimony, so at some point we may move to 1 minute per speaker, but that will be up to the council to decide collectively, and our apologies ahead of time. We know a lot of these cards are folks that have probably similar comments to one another, so if you've heard the comments before, please try to add new information for the council as much as possible. Our next speaker is Patrick Owens and Will Wright. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. President. Patrick Owens, council members, good morning as well. IBEW Local 11. Certainly labor has spoke just a few moments ago. I would like to just echo those similar comments and keep it short to the minute. The ordinance as proposed presents the loss of jobs for our craft and other building trades crafts. There appears to be so many unanswered questions and unclear definitions. We request the council reject the ordinance, have it reworked to an acceptable version of the ordinance. And then last but not least, shrinking down shrinks jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your comments. Will Wright is our next speaker. After that is Steve Neeson.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Will Wright. I work for the American Institute of Architects Los Angeles chapter. The AIA Los Angeles supports the adoption of the revised sign ordinance that is before City Council, and while no ordinance is perfect and the devil's in the details, the proposed sign ordinance balances limiting design criteria and enforcement provisions with creative opportunities for signage and design innovation within sign districts. Additionally, the proposed sign ordinance is the result of and clearly shaped by public input from both private and commercial interests as well as AIA, and represents a constructive effort to acknowledge and fairly regulate the wide range of interests and positions that have debated the issue. AIA also wants to acknowledge the research, openness, and timely efforts of the Planning Department in preparing the revised sign ordinance. There's a lot of good work completed in communicating, and at the same time, AIA wants to urge City Council to, in the future, insist upon meaningful visual analysis of ordinances that impact the design of Los Angeles. Few people understand what the sign ordinance looks like, and indeed what many of the planning ordinances that shape Los Angeles look like. In an age where the means of visualization have never been greater, and in a city that excels at producing these types of visualizations, non-visual planning and urban design should no longer be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll appreciate your comments. Steve Neeson is our next speaker. After that is Laura Szilagyi.
Good morning, council members, Mr. President. My name is Steve Nissen. I'm the Vice President for Legal and Government Affairs for Universal. NBC Universal. Universal Studios is decidedly unlike any other venue in the city and county of Los Angeles. Mr. Bell talked about creating parity and leveling the playing field with other cities, but there is no asset in the county or city of LA like Universal Studios. It is an economic engine that boasts over 8 million visitors a year. People actually come to Universal not to get away from signage, but to see it. The signs are not of the type that city planners contemplated when drafting this ordinance. Our signs are decidedly different. They are 3-story high guitars in front of the Hard Rock Cafe. They are gorillas hanging from the rafters along City Walk. They are spaceships coming out of walls. They are born of creativity that drives the economic engine that is Universal. And I submit that it requires the city to be equally creative in protecting this most important asset. Our concern is that a specific plan from Universal can't override this proposed ordinance. Even though our signage on City Walk is within a private enclave, it is unclear under the ordinance whether they are interior or exterior signs. We're concerned about signage districts because of size limitations in terms of acreage and abutment to residential areas. We need clarity, and I would finally submit that our signs are iconic. People from all over the world come and pose for pictures in front of the entrance to Universal Studios Hollywood, in front of the globe with the sign Universal. They take pictures, they take memories. Please don't pass an ordinance that takes away the creativity that drives our economic engine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nissen. Laura Szilagyi is our next speaker. After that is Mort Allen.
I'm Laura Szilagyi for the Venice Community Coalition. I support the sign ordinance with these conditions. There should be no sign ordinances, no sign districts outside of downtown, and there should be no grandfathering of pending sign districts that have not been approved. And I want to thank Tom LaBonge, and I want to thank Bill Rosendahl. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Perez-Becker is next. Mr. Allen waves his card, and Joan Lux is after that. Good morning.
Good morning, council members. Veronica Perez-Becker with the Central City Association. We understand the city's signage concerns. However, we believe the proposal before you is overbroad and inappropriate in these difficult economic times. The public has been clear that they are concerned about billboards and supergraphics, not the on-site signs that businesses need to survive. Yet this fast-track proposal suggests sweeping reductions of business signage with little analysis. We ask that you separate the on-site issues and continue the item for further analysis so that we don't harm our local economy in these times of crisis. We support Councilmember Perry's motion for the Downtown Housing Incentive Area, which recognizes downtown's unique status as the urban and economic city center and creates a mechanism for the temporary sign rights necessary for property owners to survive survive in this crashing housing market. We also support her motion to include the Grand on the list of grandfathered SUD applications. This project was always intended to include a sign district, and it will complement the character of the surrounding area. We are opposed to Councilmember Labange's sign district motions, which would tie council's hands if you determine a sign district is appropriate outside of downtown, and which would send the wrong message at the wrong time to investors that LA can and will change the rules midstream. Finally, countless businesses, schools, and cultural institutions can benefit from properly regulated digital signage. Instead of banning any technology outright, the city should develop reasonable time, place, and manner standards to protect neighborhoods and business viability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joan Lux is our next speaker. After that is Beth Gordy. Joan Lux? Joan? After that is Beth Gordy. Good morning.
Thank you very much. My name is Joan Lux, and I am president of the Federation of Hillside and Canyon Associations, and we're going to go on record as supporting the motion that Councilman Labange and Bill Rosendahl produced today. I really appreciate both of you hearing what I have to say. I apologize.
Talking about procedures. Go ahead.
No, I know it. You're a
Go ahead,
multitask
Bill, please.
person, but I apologize. But it's important. The other thing, the specifics, is that we do not support grandfathering, and that the sign district should be limited to the downtown area and obviously Hollywood and West LA. We do not support the comprehensive plan, which allows digital and super graphics. But more importantly, we are absolutely adamant that this must be continued and extended. A moratorium must be extended so that the new city attorney will have an opportunity to get up to speed on this. And I think that's fair. He just got elected. He's taking office July 1st. So we support the Plum thing to the extent, with the exceptions that I have given you. No further sign districts, and no further grandfathering of other areas, and we do not want to have included in the comprehensive sign plan allowing this program for 100,000 square feet of floor area or on 5-acre sites as well. So please, if you are going to continue this issue, I ask that you extend. I ask you to extend.
We hear you, Ms. Lux. Please finish your
No, I know
comments.
that, but you're not listening to what I'm having to say.
If we can't figure out the procedure, we can't vote on it today, so
I
please go
understand
ahead.
that.
We're all listening to you. Don't
I
worry.
understand that, but you can't hear what I'm saying if you're talking to somebody else. And we come down here during the day to have it, and I
Thank you,
really...
Ms. Lux. Appreciate your comments today. Beth
Yeah.
Gordy is our next speaker. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Cardenas?
And that's exactly what happens.
Mr. President, I'd like the public to understand as well that each one of the council members has the live video feed on our desks as well. So if you see us looking down on our desk, we do have the live video feed, such as the young woman who was speaking right now. I could see her on my screen and hear everything she was saying and also see it as well.
Thank you. Ms. Gordy is next, and then Dennis Hathaway.
Good morning. My name is Beth Gordy of Latham and Watkins. Plum commented that the intent of the sign ordinance is not to negatively impact the city's destination establishments, which include our entertainment, sports, cultural, and academic facilities, which must be able to incorporate on-site signs into their essential activities to promote such activities, programs, and events. To support signs at these very critical destinations for our city, the definition of exterior signs should be clarified to confirm that the sign ordinance does not apply to the interior of campus-like properties, such as those properties with development sites over 40 acres with controlled vehicular access, where such campuses have interior roadways, private streets, alleys, or walkways, and the signs are located 25 or more feet from a public right-of-way. In addition, comprehensive sign programs should provide more flexibility for eligible properties with these major projects with unique development sign needs. The comprehensive sign programs should be allowed to approve on-site digital signs, pole signs higher than 50 feet, roof signs, and provide specific criteria as to what constitutes on-site signs for major projects with unique needs, such as the entertainment, sports, cultural, and academic facilities. Again, we have submitted language to implement these necessary and critical modifications for businesses with unique on-site sign needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dennis Hathaway. After that will be Mark Tarczynski.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Hathaway. I'm president of the Coalition to Ban Billboard Blight. We support the ordinance as passed by the City Planning Commission. We are opposed to grandfathering the existing pending sign district applications that haven't been approved by the Planning Commission. These sign districts, potentially the ones that have actually proposed signage, add up to 100,000 square feet of new digital and super graphic signage. That's the equivalent of 150 standard conventional billboards. And I just would ask you, if someone came before you and said, we want an entitlement to put up new 150 billboards, what would you say to them? The new sign ordinance, we support Councilman Labange's motion and Councilman Rosendahl to limit the sign districts to the downtown area. However, if we're going to have sign districts, the Planning Commission did the right thing and put in a requirement that for billboard takedown, which is a real community benefit, there is no such benefit, there's no such requirement in the existing ordinance. And if you grandfather these applications, the city could get a huge amount of new signage without any commensurate benefit. I will also, just quickly, in response to the economic arguments, I would urge you to take a look at the city of Houston, which is very much like Los Angeles in size and diversity. It has had a complete ban on billboards, new billboards, since 1980. It doesn't allow any digital signs other than those that provide temperature, time, and the business community. The people there support that. They see that as a benefit to the community, that having fewer signs, having less signs is actually good for the economy of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Our next speaker, Mark Tarczynski. After that, Gus Navarro is back. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mark Tarczynski. I'm a senior vice president with CB Richard Ellis. I run the LA Urban Redevelopment Group. I've sold many of the redeveloped properties that you see in downtown Los Angeles, all of them with temporary signs. Temporary signs that this ordinance now renders illegal. 1100 Wilshire was sold with a sign. The new Ralph's in downtown Los Angeles was sold with a sign. The Eastern Columbia building was sold with a sign. All of those properties were redeveloped and now contribute tens of millions of dollars more to the property tax coffers today. And now what this ordinance is trying to do is to tell me that I cannot put a sign on those properties anymore, except for 90 days. I urge you to rethink the temporary sign ordinance as it stands, and please allow commercial real estate firms to do their business without restriction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gus Navarro is our next speaker. After that is Lisa Sarkin.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. I'm here as a resident of the City of Los Angeles, born and raised here in the city. I've been in the electrical sign contracting business for 35 years. My issue with the City of Los Angeles is enforcement. We have basically zero enforcement in the city. The clutter we see, the abandoned signs, the over-signage in areas is illegal. It's been put up without permits. You know, we have good businesses that come to our city. We need to bring businesses to our city here in Los Angeles. We need to attract them to Los Angeles. And one of the factors that they look into when they are looking at property and developments here in the city is they're looking at what signage they can have. We compare ourselves to Santa Clarita and Cerritos. Those are small cities. Do they have a Dodger Stadium? Do they have a Universal City? Do they have the great big metropolis city that Los Angeles has? No. We need to bring them here to Los Angeles. And on the meetings that we've had, business and industry, neighborhood councils have never come together. All we've had is a planning commission meetings, and we've had the plum meeting, and that's all we've had. We've never had open discussions. And my thought was is that the neighborhood council was established to hear these ordinances when they came up and come up with a solution and give a recommendation to each one of the councils that we have here. We pushed hard for neighborhood councils. That was the purpose. Neighborhood councils were not included. There was never a forum made where everyone would come together. Also, on the electronic message center signs for on-premise business, we must maintain that. Just think about this for a moment. When there's an emergency in this city, how do we broadcast it? That would be one avenue that would be on the affidavit when they sign it, that they would be entitled, the city would be able to automatically switch over to emergency services. And also, there's state law that protects existing signs that is permitted and that is there. So let's just remember that signs that are up legally, we have to protect them. The signs that are up illegally, they got to be removed and fined. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. Lisa Sarkin is our next speaker. After that is David Goldberg. Good morning.
Lisa Sarkin, Studio City Neighborhood Council. It's true that the neighborhood councils were not, there's no outreach whatsoever for the neighborhood councils. I think that you have to postpone the passing of this ordinance. You shouldn't even vote on it until the neighborhood councils are comprehensively involved. That's what we're for. The grandfathering, there's no such term in the planning department vernacular or in the Department of Building and Safety vernacular. There's no such word. If a resident can't use it, neither can it be in this ordinance. There's no part of the Universal Studios that's in the city of Los Angeles, not one single inch, not 1 inch. Every time they talk about it, it's wrong. The sign district is in the city of Los Angeles, above the Red Line Station, that is in Studio City, 91604. The zip code for Universal City is 91608. There are no residents, according to the post office, that live in 91608. We've been arguing about this forever, but it's true. This metro station is within the area of the Studio City Neighborhood Council. That's 91604. The sign districts that is proposed for the Campo de Cahuenga will totally surround it, not just on the city side, but they also have a proposed sign district for Lancashire on the east side. There would be more lights there than what is currently in Hollywood. Mr. Reyes talked about tools. We have the Ventura-Cahuenga Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan. It has an entire section dedicated to signs. Not one single sign has ever been removed since 1991 when it was enacted. Nobody enforces it. If the Department of Building and Safety is not going to enforce the rules, then don't pass this thing. They won't be able to do it. I support the Labange and Rosendahl amendments, and I hope that you will do what it says in the general plan. And what it says in the mission statement is that you are to protect the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. David Goldberg is our next speaker. After that is Tammy Ehrenfeld.
Good morning, President Garcetti, honorable council members. I'd like David Goldberg of Latham and Watkins. I'd like to address two issues related to grandfathering, one that you've already heard quite a bit about, and another issue that unfortunately has not gotten enough attention. We've submitted a letter that addresses both of these issues in detail. We appreciate Plum's recommendation to allow sign districts and other land use ordinances authorizing signage with pending applications to continue through the approval process under the existing rules. To be clear, this provision would not approve sign districts or give them any kind of free pass. All this would do is allow these applications to continue through the process that many of them started long ago. Many of these applications have already had public hearings and have been subjected to tremendous public comment and environmental review. The city will retain its authority and the ability to deny these applications. This is a fair and equitable approach and entirely consistent with the city's process and past precedent when adopting new ordinances. Recognizing this fairness, the city grandfathered pending applications when adopting its green building ordinance. The same approach should apply here. Now, while sign districts have attracted all of the attention, there's another issue that has not, and this relates to applications for on-site signage, for discretionary approvals, for types of approvals as minor as variances to allow a slightly larger monument sign. This is the signage that's crucial to our city's nonprofits, to our cultural institutions, and to small businesses. We ask that the new ordinance allow these types of applications the flexibility to continue through their process when their applications are pending and when they've had public hearings. This approach is equitable and it deserves your consideration. So we ask you to support Plum's recommendation for grandfathering sign district applications, and we also ask you to make a revision to the proposed ordinance to provide flexibility for on-site sign applications that are pending that have already had public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as before our next speaker comes up, I know I've been informed we have a class of students here from the 3rd grade of John Thomas Dye School. I want to welcome you, and if you are from John Thomas Dye, give us a wave and we'll see you on the camera. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause and thank them for coming here today to our council chambers. There you are. See, now you're on TV. Now you can wave. That's Brady Westwater with you, the guy in the cowboy hat. All right. Our next speaker is Tammy Ehrenfeld, and after that is Phil Recht. Good morning. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. Thank you very much. I live in Hollywood, so I came here to address the proposed special use sign districts elsewhere, and to basically hold up Hollywood, where I live, as Exhibit A of what not to do. Sorry, Mr. Garcetti. Our neighborhood is, you can't recognize it. We have such potential in Hollywood to show our rich history, show what we're all about. We've lost our voice. We've lost our way. There are so many families that live in the hills of Hollywood, and whenever we want to go shopping, we want to go to dinner, we want to go to businesses, we don't go to Hollywood. So businesses that propose that we need to do this, we're a small business, we need billboards to stay afloat, because nobody's going to want to go into a city that looks like trash, and that's what special usage sign districts do. They destroy a city. When our families that live in Hollywood want to go out, we go to Pasadena, we go to Santa Monica. You'll notice that they have something in common. They don't have any off-site signs. You won't find any billboards all over the buildings in Santa Monica. So anyway, that's the main point that I wanted to make, and certainly no grandfathering of anything that's on the board, because we need to get rid of billboards. I can't think of anything that billboards do that help the citizens, that help the residents. Nothing at all. So those are my two main points. No grandfathering, and please, no more sign districts. Hollywood's a disaster. Thanks.
Thank you. Phil Recht is our next speaker. After that is Barbara Monahan Burke.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. We represent Summit Media. It's one of the small companies that does not have a settlement agreement. And our only concern involves the settlement agreements. Those provide very valuable rights to the 4 largest companies that operate 90% of the billboards in this town. From our point of view, we are agnostic as to whether those are good benefits or bad benefits, but we're adamant that those benefits ought to be granted either to everybody or to nobody. You cannot justify this current 2-tier system on any legal or policy basis. It's simply unfair. Now, the draft ordinance addresses this issue, but just in part. It says that there should be no more digital conversions under the settlement agreements, but it says nothing about the 100 digital conversions that have already taken place. And it says absolutely nothing about the permit amnesty, the re-permitting rights that have been granted to these companies, which allow them to escape enforcement for virtually all their permit and code violations for virtually all their billboards. Now, at the Plum hearing, Mr. Weiss asked the question whether you could go back and revoke this permit amnesty from a legal point of view. And if it's possible, that's fine. But if it's not, we suggest you have to extend the same or similar rights to everybody. And if you're going to go in that direction, let me suggest an approach that would be tougher than the settlement agreements, tougher than state law. We think you ought to say that there should be no amnesty for any violation on a sign erected after the 2002 sign ordinance, but for signs that were erected before that, we think you should allow amnesty, but only if a sign had a permit and only if it hasn't had a citation at all at any time since then. This would be more stringent than the settlement agreements, more stringent than state law. It would allow you to have a clean break and start afresh and finally enforce this new law that you're about to enact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Barbara Burke. Good morning.
Good morning. Barbara Monahan Burke, board member of the Studio City Neighborhood Council, and also representing La Brea Willoughby Coalition per Lucille Saunders, who had to leave. She's the president. In support of our SCNC, CIS, and amendments, which are critical of portions of this, and also in support of Councilmember Labange's and Rosendal's seconding their motion, restricting sign districts to downtown only. That is appropriate, downtown only. No grandfathering in. We can't even find the term grandfathering in planning or building and safety language. Initiate a new ICO on all digital signs with an urgency clause to await conclusions of both national and federal research studies. This will let us know what the hazards are to our public health and safety to do with digital. Initial studies say there are many. And this would save the council, in a time of budgetary restraints, a lot of money. The NCs were not included in outreach as required by the spirit and intent of the city charter. Both the City Planning Commission and Gail Goldberg of the Planning Department acknowledged at an early CPC meeting that the NC involvement was and would be insufficient because of the short ICO. In conclusion, I would like to say there has to be an immediate year-long moratorium with an urgency clause on the proposed citywide ordinance to give the new city attorney, Carmen Trutanich, time to decide what is legally defensible. This is the only way that this should be able to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Lane Lawson. Good morning, Mr. Lawson.
Morning. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council, for allowing us the time to speak today. My name is Lane Lawson with Clear Channel Outdoor. I think we need to kind of take a look at what the city's goals were when putting this ordinance together, was to create an enforceable ordinance to reduce illegal signs. Well, Clear Channel and a lot of the other companies that have legal billboards in the city have provided over $1 million to the city to help put together its enforcement program for off-site signs. The second goal was to limit legal challenges. If the sign code is put into effect the way it is written right now, there will be a ton of legal challenges. Not by us, but by other companies, I'm sure, other parties, I'm sure. There's just a lot of issues in the sign ordinance as it reads right now. The private right of actions, the way the penalties accrue during the appeal process are both legally challengeable. I think we need to take a look at the legal issues, and we've submitted our comments in writing to the council. Another point is our digital signage that were legally permitted by the city. We are legal on all of our digital signage, and our signage does not flash. It's static for 8 seconds at a time, and then it changes messages. I've worked with other council offices. I've worked with council offices who've had concerns, and we've addressed those concerns, and we're here to work with the city on all these issues and hope that we have a chance to come to the table and work with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Cohen.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Cohen, and I'm the Vice President of Westwood South of Santa Monica Homeowners Association. When you consider the proposed sign ordinance before you today, I ask that you consider the following question. Who will benefit by adding sign districts to our city? The lobbyists filling these chambers today will certainly benefit. The clients ready to fill our public spaces with the visual pollution and safety-challenging clamor of larger and more intrusive attention-diverting signs will will certainly benefit. Building owners who stand to make ever greater sums without having to do the hard work of actually providing tenant services will be major beneficiaries. Full employment is assured for the attorneys poised to begin once more the cycle of lawsuits against the city's addiction to loopholes and exceptions. And who stands to lose? The residents of entire new Blade Runner communities who will be forced to bear the grinding, soulless environments created in this maelstrom. Commuters whose attention will be challenged by ever greater, ever more animated assaults on their concentration. And sadly, the diminishing beauty of this city. We have had the dispiriting experience of the tawdry Hollywood sign district, hardly a monument to the wisdom and grace of the planners, the elected officials, or the property owners. Do we really want this vulgar display to creep like a virus throughout our city? Is that what the residents of Silver Lake and Echo Park and Sherman Oaks are telling you? Councilman Labange has proposed an amendment which will give the residents of the city an opportunity to rethink what it is we would like our city to become. Please support this important curb on the excesses of our recent history. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And contrary to what an earlier testimony said, we have an illegal McDonald's sign, super graphic, illegally constructed on Saturday night and Sunday morning, covering many stories of a building. Illegal, not permitted. McDonald's. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Tobin.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Gary Tobin. I'm president of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today to oppose this ordinance. What began as an enforcement issue concerning illegal billboards and super graphics has turned into a runaway train to regulate every sign in the city of Los Angeles. Sunday's extensive story in the Los Angeles Times calls this a billboard law, but it's become much more than that. As we have repeated in countless number of committee hearings, it makes no sense to drag every on-premises sign for businesses, schools, and nonprofit organizations into this ordinance. Los Angeles businesses, the people outside this wall, are facing the worst recession since the Great Depression, and they're struggling to attract customers and keep their doors open. Now is not the time to force businesses to reduce or change their advertising and spend money on replacement signs and fine them a minimum of $2,000 a day if they don't do so. Nothing says open for business like a sign, and for many businesses, on-premises signs generate 50% of their customers. The business community is requesting that you separate these two types of signage and delay action on this ordinance. Signs mean sales, sales mean employees, and tax revenue for the city of Los Angeles. We have lost 250,000 private sector jobs in Los Angeles County over the last year. There are 560,000 people unemployed in LA County. We don't need more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tobin. Ray Baker is our next speaker. Ray Baker. After that is David Garfinkel. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name is Ray Baker. I'm the Vice President for Lamar Advertising in Los Angeles. I'd like to echo the words of some of the other members that have spoke today. We oppose the ordinance as it's written. We do agree that there needs to be better enforcement mechanisms. We also agree that we should expand the reduction and relocation language that we have currently that is only limited to the sign districts. We believe that our company, owning over 4,000 signs in the city, has the opportunity to reduce the number of signs we have by 3,000 for the city. This would create a huge community benefit. As Mr. Hathaway had stated, that we want community benefit for what we're doing. And instead of adding signs without getting benefit, we're more for tearing down over 3,500 signs to benefit long-term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Garfinkel is our next speaker. After that is Luis Frankel.
Good morning. I'm Dave Garfinkel. I'm president of the Tarzana Property Owners Association. We support the sign ordinance in general. I think that the city planning department made a good point about 3 phases of it. Phase 1 is the general ordinance, which we're entirely in favor of. Phase 2 is a comprehensive sign program, which we find absolutely no use for. There seems to be no use or reason to have that exception, which would allow larger signs on any property that has 100,000 square feet of floor space or 5 acres, essentially any big box store or any strip mall. We agree with council members Rosendahl and Labange on the sign districts only in downtown. We're certainly against any grandfathering of the other sign districts, and we certainly feel that there should be a moratorium until the new city attorney has a chance to really understand all of the implications of the sign ordinance and be able to advise the city on those subjects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garfinkel. Luis Frankel is next. After that is Robert Davis. Good morning.
Good morning. Louise Frankel from the Mountain Gate Community Association, and I do support this amended ordinance which came out of the planning department. I found that ordinance out of the planning department totally inadequate, so I'm glad that there are going to be some improvements. However, I'd like to state how impassioned I am about this issue. During the past 40 years, I have been here on many, many issues, and I've been very proud of a lot of things this council has done. However, we citizens have been coming here since 1960 asking for relief from billboards and sign clutter, and we have been denied by councils. So here we stand trying to stem the trashing of a great city with mountains and forests and oceans and desert, a city blessed with the most natural beauty in the nation. And we are once again expected to deal with an industry whose modus operandi is greed, an industry that thumbs its nose at you and all of us, flaunting even the weak existing ordinances against the proliferation of blight. The billboarders are still baying like wolves at your gate, so you can't let your guard down. But you who are chosen by the people to guard and promote our welfare don't have to cower before them. Even now, when we are inundated not just by static billboards, but by dangerous, gaudy digital displays, the blight goes on, and these merchants of trash demand more. Whatever legislation we, the people, have begged you for in the past have had built-in loopholes and no enforcement, circumventing the law, allowing billboard companies, sometimes in the dead of night, to ignore this body and the citizens of this great city. Please let me finish a little bit, because I may not come again.
I'm sorry, Ms. Frankel, we have to stay as even as possible.
They would prevail.
If we make one exception, we have to make many, so I'm so sorry, Louise, but we're going to have to. If you have anything else, you can submit it to the Sergeant Arms, but we thank you very much. Thank you. Robert Davis is our next speaker. Thank you.
City put up something.
Thank you, Louise. Appreciate it. Mr. Davis, like to come forward? And after that will be Bennett Cohen.
Hello, I'm Robert Davis. I'm the business manager of Studio Utility Employees, Local 724 from the Laborers International. I represent a considerable number of people who work in the billboard industry. I would like to start off with reading a letter from Maria Eleanor Durazo. It says, Dear members of the Los Angeles City Council, on behalf of our members who work in the sign installation industry, I respectfully register our opposition to the proposed Los Angeles City ordinance as it is currently written. We are concerned with the negative economic impact this ordinance will have on the workers in this industry who work thousands of hours each year installing and maintaining digital billboards. At a time when the unemployment rate for construction workers in Los Angeles at its highest point since the Great Depression, it is wrong time to redistrict development and exacerbate an already tough job market. I understand that there are several alternative ordinance languages that are being considered that would lessen the impact on the workers while illegal signs are eliminated. I urge you to continue this important discussion and come up with a solution that does not punish construction workers and the sign industry. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Maria Elena Durazo, Executive Secretary Treasurer of the LA County Fed. I'd just like to add a couple more things, is that this ordinance, the way it's written right now, is not going to kill jobs, it's going to kill careers. My members that I represent that work for these companies for 20, 30, 40 years, and they retire with benefits and a pension that allows them to stay and participate in the economic development after retirement instead of being forced into leaving the city because of the pensions that come up. And lastly, I'd like to thank Councilmember Reyes. You did a hell of a job chairing those Plum committee meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Thanks for the compliment from Mr. Reyes as well. Bennett Cohen is our next speaker. After that is Ruben Gonzalez.
Good morning. My name is Bennett Cohen. I urge you not to grandfather in the special use sign districts which are awaiting approval. Federal Judge Audrey Collins has clearly stated that the numerous exceptions written into our code or permitted by benign neglect have opened the floodgates for larger and brighter and more animated signs without the opportunity for the city to close those gates. Please do not include the sign district exceptions in this ordinance, and I do support the Labange-Rosendahl amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruben Gonzalez is next. After that is Lucille Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Ruben Gonzalez. I'm here representing the Hotel Association of Los Angeles. As we've been going through this process, the on-site signage regulations have been pulled into the off-site signage discussion in a rush to regulate. There is no time pressure on on-site signage issues as there is on off-site signage issues. That is why we continue to recommend bifurcating the two areas. Now, you've heard a lot of folks, and you're going to hear more, give a litany of what is wrong with this ordinance that affects millions or hundreds of thousands of businesses throughout Los Angeles. But the true problem with this is it does not meet its goals. Let me say that one more time. It does not meet its goals. If the goal is to fix sign blight throughout the city of Los Angeles, then we need only enforce the laws that are on the books. If you pass this ordinance, you'll result in three things. First of all, you will add a layer of regulation that will be not enforced any better than the current regulations. You will have illegal signs go up as businesses roll the dice with signs that work for them and actually help them as opposed to following the rules. And since there's no enforcement, there's a good chance they won't get caught. And third, for those who want to play by the rules, they will decide not to change their current signage, so they won't pull any permits to improve their facades and their facilities. And so therefore you have frozen the signs and their facades in time. And in the end, all of those things do not reach your goal of improving Los Angeles. Therefore, the entire business community, the Hotel Association, we request that you bifurcate the two issues and work with the business community to come up with a real, workable, effective mechanism of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucille Saunders is our next speaker. After that is William Delvac.
Barbara Monahan, Burke, Studio City. I included their support of what I said from the Willoughby,
Thank you.
La Brea Willoughby Coalition. Thank you.
We'll include that. Thank you, Barbara. William Delvac is our next speaker. After that is Dan Silver.
Honorable Council Members, William Delvac of Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delvac. You're not being asked in this ordinance today to grandfather anything. You're being asked to enact fairness. There are people and entities and efforts that have been in the works for years, and at any time when this council makes a dramatic departure from prior law, almost always it's provided transition rules. That's what's being asked here today. With regard for sign districts, the staff originally recommended that sign districts be allowed to provide for public benefit and beautification. That was a great proposal, and it should go back into your ordinance. Finally, you may be asked today to delay, and you may be told that you don't have an ability to. Of course you do. Simply pass an ordinance today that creates the temporary ban you want, and you will do that today just with one vote. It is time to slow down and not hurt business, and to allow the people that have been in the works for months and years to have their opportunity not to get approved automatically, but to have a hearing and a vote on the merits under the existing process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delvac. We have Dan Silver next, and then after that is Shiraz Tangri.
Good morning, honorable council members. As a lifelong resident of the city, I'm asking you to not grandfather any signed districts. Regional centers I've heard discussed today. Regional centers are actually our most important public spaces. There is absolutely no public interest in exempting our most important public spaces from the new rules. Please respect the citizens of the city and don't confuse urban life with crass advertising. Signed districts are simply destroying our city. I'd like to end with a quote from some language that accompanied the Highway Beautification Act, Lady Bird's Law of 1965. Quote, "Association with beauty can enlarge man's imagination and revive his spirit. Ugliness can demean the people who live among it. What a citizen sees every day is his America." Please support the Labange-Rosendahl Amendment. Thank you.
Shiraz Tangri is our next speaker. After that is Craig Lawson.
Thank you. Shiraz Tangri of Alston-Bird. Speaking on my own behalf, but I've been the planning co-chair for the Downtown Neighborhood Council for the last several years. And my comments are really focused on how this ordinance will affect downtown in particular. We certainly support anything that helps us get rid of illegal signage. There's plenty of it downtown, and there's unquestionably visual blight. At the same time, downtown has a unique visual look to it, and there are new projects that have their own unique visual look, including those that are bringing back historic districts like Broadway, as well as new districts like LA Live and the Grand Avenue project. And I think the ordinance needs to have flexibility to ensure that architects can come in and really make our urban spaces look unique, look attractive. I think it's worth noting that, one of the iconic images of Los Angeles is a sign, the Hollywood sign. And while there's a lot of concerns about, where billboards belong and other types of signs, the notion of regulating all signage across the board without allowing flexibility for architects and designers to come in and do something beautiful and unique, I think is overbroad and not really the concern that was driving any of the signage ordinance. So I like the motions from Councilmember Perry. I think they respect what's been happening downtown, and they allow flexibility for downtown to continue to develop as a unique urban place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Craig Lawson is our next speaker, then Sean Murphy.
Mr. President, members, Craig Lawson. I'm a land use consultant, among other things, working on supplemental use districts for signs. You've heard a lot about those already today, but there's a lot of misconceptions about SUDs. For one thing, there's only 2 approved SUDs that we have currently in Los Angeles. That's only 2 sign districts in the last 7 years. There are a number, however, that are in the process. What that means is that they're moving through the planning department process. They've gone through, or they will go through, environmental review. There's a tremendous amount of scrutiny. There's public hearings. We've been working on several of these. In one case, the district has already made it through the Planning Commission and has been through the Plum Committee and will be coming to your council soon. We're asking you to please, I won't use the term grandfather, but to please exempt those districts that have been through this long and detailed process from the new regulations that you're considering. That's what is currently in your draft ordinance. In Section 11, we ask you to approve that. However, we also ask you to take a second look at the ordinance itself. The issue that's really important to us is enforcement. Enforcement is critical in Hollywood, it's critical downtown. If you have a sign district, I think everyone who has one will support greater enforcement because the number of illegal signs out there in many cases exceeds those that are considered to be legal. We ask you to consider continuing this item so that it can have further review, and also to separate the issue of the on-site versus the off-site signage. Those are two completely different items, and I think the goal here is to protect the public from a proliferation of off-site signs, which includes billboards, but you've also roped in on-site, which is something I think was not intended. So thank you very much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you. Sean Murphy is our next speaker.
Yes, Madam President, City Council as a whole, I support this ordination, but one thing, the bad signs must come down. I don't support bad signs must come down. I support the rest of the organization with good signs only, and I would like to make one prediction of Sean Murphy fans. I will never predict another election again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom McCarthy is next, and then Tim Bolton. Good morning.
Mr. President, council members. My name is Tim Bolton. I'm with the Hanover Company. For those of you who don't know us, we are the developer of the 717 Olympic Building, as well as many other buildings in LA. I'm here to talk about the extreme importance of the so-called grandfather language in your current ordinance. In an example, we have a pending SUD, the Figueroa Olympic SUD, and to give you some background, we have been in process with that for over 3 years. Many city agencies involved, the CRA, many people involved, many public hearings. We've been through a planning commission, we've made it through the Plum Committee, and are literally, apparently, days away from coming before this council. And extremely important that we include the ability for those pending SUDs to continue on, just from a measure of fairness. As a business member and a second-generation Angelino, it's important that the city send a signal to the business community that when you work for years to perfect an important entitlement, that the city doesn't step forward to change the law or change the playing ground in the middle of that process. So it's extremely important that we send that signal and that we don't, in contrast to that, send a dangerous signal to the business community that the city would change the pathway to getting something approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom McCarthy? Tom McCarthy? Not Arnold Sachs. After that will be Ken Person.
Good morning. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. Hearing this discussion regarding the billboards brings me to think about another discussion, and that would be projects on Wilshire Boulevard for transportation. That's only been going on, I don't know, about 80 years. And where are we at with that? Oh, we'll study it. The fact of the matter is, we're still studying it. The fact of the matter is, having this discussion will allow the billboard companies to become aware of whatever loopholes their lawyers are picking apart on this ordinance right now, to be able to drive a truck through, so that this discussion can be continued. But what really, really, really concerns me is an action brought forth by Councilman Labange and Rosendahl, the backers of the blatant lie regarding the LA Marathon. How can you not wake up to the fact that they're crying wolf? Who knows what kind of deviousness is behind their actions? Please revisit the LA Marathon and the fiasco with that
Sir,
motion.
We're not speaking about the marathon here today, but if you'd like to say that in general public comment, you're most welcome to. But this is just specifically about the billboard ordinance.
Discussing their actions they took in motion.
You straight a little bit, so I'm just bringing you home.
I am being straight. It was a blatant lie in their motion that they brought
sir.
forth.
I'm sorry, you're out of order for this item, and Ken Person is our next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Sachs. I'm sorry, I'm ruling that you were out of order, sir. Thank you, though. And then after that is Jeff McConnell.
Thank you, Council. My name is Ken Person. I work for Yesco. We're a fabricator of electrical signs. Signs are the cornerstone of the free market. Sensible legislation and enforcement are critical to a successful ordinance. The city must figure out how to fund enforcement of the existing ordinance rather than creating more legislation that you are unable to enforce. Digital signs are not bad. This emerging technology, coupled with sensible time, place, and manner legislation, properly enforced, can reduce sign clutter, allow greater flexibility, and increase commerce, allowing signs to continue to be the cornerstone of the free market. The economy is bad. Let's not make things worse by approving poorly conceived new rules. Rather, let's think of ways to improve the local economy, encourage creative, visible signage, and enforce the rules by removing illegal, non-permitted signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff McConnell is our next speaker. After that is Derek Ryder.
Good afternoon, council members. Jeff McConnell on behalf of the California Sign Association. The California Sign Association represents the manufacturers and installers of on-site signage here in California. Today I'd like to draw your attention to the LEEDC report that has been passed out to all of you. It clearly states that this ordinance will allow reduced signage which will negatively impact sales. That means less sales tax revenue, less business tax revenue, less jobs. Further, it will change the competitive environment of Los Angeles. It will favor old businesses over new businesses. That means new businesses will not be able to get the same size signs as existing businesses, and therefore they will not come to Los Angeles at a time when we need to encourage business to come to Los Angeles. Further, it will favor large businesses, national chains, over our small and local businesses. Small and local businesses are the heart of Los Angeles. We need to support them in everything that they do, and allowing the on-site signage that they have now to continue will help that. Finally, it favors businesses that have good locations over those with poor locations. Signage is a way that businesses in poor locations are able to level the playing field for themselves and let people know that they're out there and that their services are for sale. Finally, we'll have an impact on consumers, raising prices and increasing traffic congestion for drivers, making it difficult for them to read the signs. Finally, you're going to hear that bifurcating the on-site signage today from the other ordinance from the Planning Department is difficult to do. They'll say that there may be 400,000 digital signs that may become on-site message centers. If there was a need for 400,000 on-site message centers, they would already be here today. Further, they'll say that there may be on-site supergraphic problems. Well, we've already banned supergraphics. You're not allowed to cover any windows or openings, and if you need to further limit the size of wall signs for on-site messages, you may do so. These are all areas where we can limit the problems that have been brought up with specific language. Thank you for your time.
Derek Ryder is our next speaker. Thank you. And Jeff Aron is after that. Or Aaron.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. My name is Derek Ryder. I'm working with the Coalition to Ban Billboard Blight in Los Angeles and the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, and I work as an architect and urban designer in LA. The sign ordinance, while it provides some restrictions curbing the excessive signage we suffer from in the city, continues to give away much in its sign districts provision and the grandfathering of proposed sign districts. I therefore support the Labange-Rosendahl proposals on those two issues. The grandfather projects should be taken out as recommended by the Planning Commission approved ordinance because they have no approvals and if allowed to go forward would fall under the current lax sign regulations. More importantly, these grandfathered projects like Central City West, Koreatown, Midtown, Metro Universal, and Panorama Place would give away large parts of our central and midtown neighborhoods before the new ordinance even had a chance to take effect. Many of these sign districts would not be eligible due to their location, like Mid-City, which is not a regional center, commercial center, or much reduced in size, like Koreatown, which is asking to be a sign district much in excess of its commercial regional center limits. To take these grandfathered projects out may be a one-time financial loss for a handful of corporations, while to keep them in will be a permanent blight on our city as a whole, degrading our public space forever. And many of these proposed sign districts would not be eligible, as I said before. Please act wisely and listen to your better angels on this issue.
Finally, on behalf of the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council, I'd like to have the record show that the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council passed a community impact statement against both the sign districts and the grandfathering of non-entitled projects. This was submitted to Planning Commission, but was not resubmitted to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your work at Silver Lake as well. Jeff Aaron is next. After that is John Wellborn.
Mr. President and members of the council, my name is Jeff Aaron. I'm legal counsel for the California Sign Association. First, I'd like to reiterate the remarks made by the president of the Los Angeles Chamber, and also I promised Steve Smith of Universal Studios that I would tell you that he confirmed that the Universal Studios is in the city of Los Angeles. For months, we have been pointing out the practical and legal defects with the ordinance, and provided in April a letter outlining 30 points of contention to the Planning Department. Not until just last Friday was our request to meet with staff honored, but of course, given the time, we didn't have sufficient time to make changes before this body today. This ordinance is not about policy issues, but rather it's about science, technology, art, and creativity. We urge you to shelve the on-premise business sign provisions, retain the existing law, with which, by the way, my office has not had any complaints in 18 years in this industry. The solution is effective enforcement. Some other points. Having litigated and drafted sign ordinances throughout the state, the private right of action provisions, as currently written in this code, the proposed code, are inconsistent with principles of due process. We urge you to seriously rethink also the proposed digital sign ban. These signs have an appropriate time and place, now recognized internationally. We see no legitimate governmental purpose for prohibiting them. Other cities, including neighboring jurisdictions, have managed to find a way to effectively incorporate on-premise digital signs with reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. Lastly, as a final point, we take exception to the purported findings that have been presented to you by the Planning Department in their May 20th transmittal. The ordinance will not engender attractive future investment, which will go elsewhere. It fails to raise the quality of design, and because of such poor enforcement, will not result in an improvement in current conditions. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Wellborn. After that is John Alderson.
Good morning. I'm John Wellborn. I'm speaking as the president of Scenic California. And two main points. One, Scenic California is very much in agreement with the Greater Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, the IBEW speakers from Local 11, the electric sign manufacturers, Central City Association, and many others. We're also a supporter of the coalition to ban billboard blight. But my second main point, as is so very clear from the testimony this morning, this is a complicated issue. It is complicated legislation. And it is legislation, potential legislation, that is impacted by recent and pending appellate court decisions. In addition, new motions from council members Perry, LaBonge, and Rosendahl have been presented, and those motions deserve careful consideration. Additional public involvement is needed. Scenic California knows of no one, perhaps except the Planning Department staff, that advocates much of these new regulations on on-site signage in the city of Los Angeles. The problems that motivate your constituents and Scenic California are the super graphics and the off-site billboard advertising, especially digital. To uncouple on-site and off-site regulations, draft regulations, will take time. So please, refer these two council files back to the Planning Commission and critically extend the ICO so there can be time for study. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next speaker is John Alderson. After that is Kevin Tamaki.
Good afternoon. John Alderson with Westfield. We appreciate the focus and hard work that's gone into this issue. It's difficult to consider an ordinance like this in these trying economic times. Appropriate signage is very important to our business. Sometimes we encounter strange circumstances with signs on our properties that will certainly situations will arise down the road that we haven't contemplated today. For this reason, we ask that you define a relief mechanism from the comprehensive sign program to address unique situations. We need a method to address that which is unknown today. On behalf of our hundreds of retailers in this great city, we appreciate and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony today. Kevin Tamaki is next. After that is Stash Molesky.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Tamaki. I'm representing AT&T. AT&T has about 32 retail stores and an additional 28 authorized dealers that employ 539 employees in the city of Los Angeles. We join with others in voicing strong objection to the proposed revisions to the city sign ordinance now pending before you. A rewrite of the on-premise regulations was never really anticipated with this legislation. Virtually all the controversy surrounding the sign issue has been generated by billboards and super graphics, not on-premise signage. We urge you not to rush to change on-premise signs. Instead, if the council wishes to address on-premise signage, it must involve additional discussions with all stakeholders, including business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamaki. Our next speaker is Stash Molesky. After that is Sandy Bleifer.
Good morning. My name is Stash Molesky, and I'm representing the fine art muralists of the city. I know that there's been an attempt to separate fine art murals from the process here. However, murals are still going to be regulated as signs under this proposed ordinance, as no progress has been made towards the establishment of a separate ordinance for fine art murals only. Fine art murals that never received a permit from the city are going to be in grave danger if this ordinance passes. And since, according to the planning department, no legitimate permit has been available since 2002 for a fine art mural, there's a large number of murals that will be in jeopardy if this ordinance passes as such. If a mural is cited as a sign, it will be subject to fines of up to $12,000 a day, and any sort of appeal will be around $6,000 just to file, whether you win or lose. So if a mural is even if a mural is clearly an artistic and cultural treasure for that community, it'll have to be painted out once it is cited under the severe financial threats of this ordinance. There must be a mechanism to protect fine art murals as part of this ordinance. I have heard a lot of talk about the importance of murals and muralists, yet there's been nothing here that will protect fine art murals as part of this ordinance. Beautiful fine art murals are being cited and removed under current laws, yet this situation will only get worse with the passage of this ordinance. I understand the challenges we face here. However, we're going about this process backwards. We should be making sure the city ordinances do not infringe on those most basic and dear rights as stated in our United States Constitution and the California State Constitution. We're sacrificing freedom of expression and freedom of speech as expressed through fine art murals for the sake of regulating commercial signs. I ask for your help, please.
Thank you very much. Sandy Bleifer is our next speaker. After that is Aaron Lopez.
Thank you. I'm Sandy Bleifer, Downtown LA Realty. The proposed systemic change to the city's signage policy is the most ill-conceived, poorly timed policy change imaginable in today's global and local economic crisis. Ill-conceived because it does not resolve the issues that gave rise to it, that is, the proliferation of new digital signs in place of old-style billboards, which was a consequence of successful litigation by the major billboard companies. The changing of the sign-to-building ratios were never a problem and always appropriate for a car-bound culture. Poorly timed because it discourages business investment and reduces property revenues at a time when businesses are pulling back and property owners need all the ancillary revenue they can get until tenants return in strength. If and when they do, they will need the advertising and signage opportunities they currently enjoy, if not more so. They will need contemporary forms
such as temporary super graphics and digital signs to maximize current allowable signage areas. May I remind you that the city is also a property owner, and government needs to start thinking like a property owner about how to generate income from your real estate holdings. The city owns public transit stations, parking lots, government offices, park facilities, fire and police stations, and many other properties that can host digital signs with public service announcements supported by a revenue stream from advertising. Digital signage is the perfect vehicle for communicating information about conservation, wayfinding, city services and resources, not to mention emergency information, while subsidizing the cost and creating a revenue stream through compatible advertising. City Council members have been responsive to their residential constituents who have no stake in the business environment. You also need to consider the business community that crosses council districts and, in fact, keeps the city afloat.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Aaron Lopez. After that is Richard Simon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Aaron Lopez. I'm with Dine Equity, also a member of the California Restaurant Association. Just respectful of time and the testimony is already given. I'd just like to state that on record that we'd like to see the current ordinance left in place with greater enforcement. We'd also like to see the separation of on-site versus off-site, because we believe that the enforcement of the current law would be sufficient for our needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Richard Simon's our next speaker, then Matt Dowd.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Richard Simon with Kendall, Brill, and Klieger, speaking on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor and CBS Outdoor. Clear Channel and CBS both support reasonable regulation of outdoor advertising in the city. However, they are unable to support the proposed ordinance in its current form. The new ordinance simply will not promote the effective regulation of signs. Foremost, it will be challenged as invalid based on the penalty provisions and the new private right of action. Both of these are poorly thought out and clearly will lead to the same types of litigation that made the city's current enforcement efforts so difficult. The city should not pass an ordinance that again will be invalidated. The private right of action should be eliminated, and the city should reduce the penalties and also should make clear that these penalties do not accrue during an appeal. Second, the issue of older signs built over a decade ago and lawful at the time, but where the city does not have a permit on file. The city has admitted that its permit records are incomplete, and state law says that older signs are presumptively lawful. The city should clarify that will allow these older signs to remain. Owners of these signs should not have their property taken because of the city's poor record keeping. San Francisco, in fact, has grappled with this same issue and has adopted a citywide process for recognizing the right of such signs to continue to exist even if a permit cannot be found. While we believe that DBS does have the authority to allow re-permitting of older structures under current law and under the proposed ordinance as it's drafted, and the council has recognized as much in the settlement agreements, the council should make this clear in the new ordinance by formally adopting a re-permitting scheme with citywide application. Re-permitting, incidentally, is not and never has been a vehicle to increase sign size or height. Lastly, the city should strengthen the language in the new ordinance that concerns non-conforming rights to make clear that rights and signs that were erected under permits issued by the city have vested. We believe this is the intent of the current draft, but clarifying language would still be appropriate and helpful in avoiding future disputes.
Thank you. Matt Dowd is our next speaker. After that is Zuma Dowd. Mr. Dowd? Okay. He waves. Mr. Dowd? After that will be Melinda Taylor.
Yes, nice to see so many people at City Hall. I welcome them to come back. Sometimes we talk about other things, too. First of all, regarding grandfather clauses, Bill Delvac said there weren't any, but just in case there are, of course you don't do grandfather clauses. What happened here is the city attorney and city council, they turned a blind eye, and then they pop up everywhere, and then they go, oh, boo-hoo-hoo, now we have to pass a new law. Well, you already had laws. Start with the ones you have. Now, most importantly here, of course they're not going to pass this now. It needs to be put on hold. In case you didn't notice, we had a city attorney election on Tuesday. We have a new city attorney, people, and it was with an overwhelming consensus, a landslide, if you would say. So the point is, whoever the candidate was, we have a new city attorney. You can't be serious about passing this when we have a new city attorney. I think he should have a chance to look at it, and I know you agree. And I hope I didn't ruin it just because I brought it up. But I wanted to because it's important. And meanwhile, the turning a blind eye thing's important, and you can't do this. We have a new city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dogg. Melinda Taylor is our next speaker. After that will be Jacqueline Kerr.
Thank you. I want to bring up a very general idea. That simple idea is that the visual identity of Los Angeles, of its shared urban open spaces, is what's being decided here. Los Angeles is an ecologically very diverse and beautiful city. It has either the largest or one of the largest number of different types of birds of any city in the world. LA can be a very green city, a city of a variety of blooming and beautiful trees. Mayor Villaraigosa is the latest of many leaders to recognize the potential of Los Angeles as a significant green city, not just for its ecological benefits, but for its beauty. I want to respectfully point out that when you look around the city in its current conditions, you cannot see its visual beauty over the visual dominance of the lighted billboards. I want to ask the City Council to please consider this simple idea when you make your determinations. A city of beautiful trees or a city of glaring lights. The trees can't compete with the billboards. They don't coexist. I hope you will initiate a new ICO on all digital signs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jacqueline Kerr is our next speaker. After that is Armando Herman.
My name is Jacqueline Kerr. I'm from the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council and the Barnsdall Art Park Foundation. I lived in the Los Feliz area for more than 20 years. That's 90027. And I did a great deal of shopping, or tried to, along the areas of Hollywood Boulevard and Sunset that are in the East Hollywood area. It was never easy finding my destinations. The signs were plentiful, on top of one of each other, and it was always very difficult finding the address numbers of these stores. Then I moved to Glendale for 2 years, and with their very tight signage and restrictions on signage, it was easy to find where I was going. The street numbering, the destination points. Within about a couple of weeks, I knew the city fairly well. I still can't get around in East Hollywood, on Sunset and Hollywood, despite the 20 years. Finally, I think it would be worthwhile to compare the revenues of the businesses that are in the East Hollywood area along Sunset and Hollywood with a comparable area in Glendale. I think you'd be very unpleasantly surprised. And finally, I do support the Labange Rosendahl motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Armando Herman is our next speaker, and after that is Brady Westwater. Just as a reminder, we can't have signs displayed, but yeah, you can put that down there.
Okay, no problem. Friends, constituents of Los Angeles, should limits be established on signs? The question is, should limits be established on signs? Today, as I sat back there and listened, there's a proven fact that constituents have an outcry to the blightful conditions of this ordinance. Yes, there must come a time when council must sit back and think on the decisions of what the outcry of the public is saying. Yes, we need signs to show us direction and give us, understanding to life and pleasure. But at the same time, think of what's going on our streets today with signs. Signs vary in every aspect of what we see out there, whether it's written, inscribed, proliferated, or lit up on any street. Yes, it is an annoyance. And as I sat back there and listened today, the people are right. Before you make a decision, allow the new city attorney to verify what you're doing and what you're going to say for the future of this project or these programs. I can't believe this. We must freeze this decision, and we must allow more public outreach to this decision and the process of this decision. Please. I spoke aggressively about graffiti, and not because I wasn't against the bad graffiti, I was just against the negativity of what it was doing to our community and the badness it brings to those who cannot be restricted from vandalism of it. So please, listen to our outcry. Thank you.
Thank you. Brady Westwater is our next speaker. After that is Dante Charleston. Good afternoon.
Morning. Is it morning or afternoon now? It is afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Brady Westwater. I'm Vice President of Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council. I'm speaking solely for myself since the Downtown Neighborhood Council has not had a chance to go over this ordinance or the 3 proposals that are introduced today. I think that's the main problem. I think everybody realizes this needs to be continued. However, as a Neighborhood Council member individual, I support the neighborhood councils throughout the city in their battle against illegal and inappropriate super graphics, digital signs, billboards, in neighborhoods where they don't belong. I also agree with the Chamber of Commerce and other people that off-site signs need to be separated from on-site signs. The discussion has gotten too emotional over the one to make irrational choices on the second. So I think that needs to be discussed in a totally separate venue. Lastly, I'd like to support Jan Perry, Councilman Jan Perry, in her attempt to carve downtown out of the mix. Like I said, most of LA, much of this does not belong, and I think that's up to those neighborhoods to decide. Downtown is unique. We accept the density the rest of the city doesn't want, so they don't have to have it. We build housing by jobs, so you don't congest the highways with traffic. We accept the social services that other parts of the city will not. But we also have different neighborhoods, such as the Broadway Historic Theater District, that need bringing back the neon signs no longer exist. We have other places where we need to bring empty office building areas, have more vibrancy, having lights at night. But that is a decision that needs to be made locally. And I would like to see that the other 2 council members downtown also agree that we need to have a separate look at the downtown greater area. Thank you.
Thank you, Brady. Dante Charleston is our next speaker. After that, and the last word is Ryan Brooks.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, City Council. My name is Dante Charleston, and I'd like to read a letter into the record for a young L. Ko, who I represent. Mr. President, members of the City Council, my name is Young L. Ko, and I represent the South Korean government. As you well know, the area designated as Wilshire Center, Koreatown, is home to the largest population of Koreans outside of South Korea. As a recent business and property owner and resident in the area, we have transformed the Wilshire Center community into a vibrant business and tourist destination reminiscent of the days when all of Los Angeles shopped, dined, and entertained along Wilshire Boulevard. Nevertheless, the area continues to be one of the most ethnically diverse neighborhoods in the city. In many respects, Wilshire Center, Koreatown represents our Hollywood and downtown LA rolled up in one. In fact, our business district, Wilshire Boulevard, with high and low-rise buildings, rival most U.S. city central business districts. It would be the height of discrimination if Wilshire Center, Koreatown was not allowed to pursue an appropriate SUD, much like downtown and Hollywood, that factor in our contribution to this great city that we love and the country we adopted. We understand that the procedure will include substantial community input from all impacted stakeholders, which is the democratic process. We welcome said process. Hence, on behalf of on behalf of the South Korean government and the Korean community here in Los Angeles, I strongly urge the LA City Council to approve the citywide sign ordinance and allow our community to pursue an SUD.
Okay, thank you very much. Our last speaker is Ryan Brooks. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, council members. Ryan Brooks with CBS Outdoor. First, I want to thank the council for taking the time and opportunity to have this long and in-depth hearing. I think this is the first time that I spoke in front of a city council where I actually agree with Zumadog. And I want that to go on record.
It happens to us sometimes, too.
Yes,
just don't make a habit of it.
Every once in a while. The way this ordinance is currently written will give the new incoming city attorney millions of dollars worth of litigation. It needs a little bit more time to be completely vetted by the business community, by the stakeholders such as CBS. We do believe that strong enforcement is the key for any city to be successful in a sign ordinance. I've worked on sign ordinances throughout the United States, especially in San Francisco, where we actually have a sign program that actually works. Over 100 signs have been taken down over the last 2 years in San Francisco, and the sign ordinance is simple. Number two, we believe I understand the concept of the private right of action, but in practice, it doesn't work. That's why you don't see cities that have that language in the sign code. Third, what the sign code currently does, it takes the power away from the districts. Any council district should have the opportunity to say, I want 5 signs removed in order to put up a new sign. You should have the power. That's why you were elected. The way it's currently written takes the power away from you. And we should have some more opportunity to discuss that. And lastly, this council hasn't discussed the impact on jobs. We are a union shop. We're proud of it. The unions have built this city. And we ask that you sit down with our laborers, ask about the impact of the sign code to them. Also, 70% of the businesses that do work in Los Angeles advertise on our signs. These are local businesses that need signage to protect their interests. I want to thank the council for the time. I ask you to delay this and send it back to committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That will close our public comment for today. I'd like to recognize Mr. Reyes for the balance of his time first.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I'd like to ask Andrew Ellerman, our Building and Safety Director, and his staff to come to the table. And on several instances throughout the Plum Committee, we ask you key questions as to what does it take to enforce existing laws? What have you done as a department director? And what proof do we have that we are implementing what laws we do have? And if you could just share with us the performance of the department and essentially what it takes to enforce the law, because that is key in any ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember. First and foremost, I want to state that Building and Safety will fully enforce any and all ordinances passed by the City Council and approved by the Mayor. Building and Safety has done over 17,000 sign code inspections since 2002. I'm mentioning that because some of the earlier comments was perhaps Building and Safety hasn't done inspections. We have done 17,000 since 2002 and an average of 2,500 sign inspections per year. The ordinance on off-site sign inspection was passed on December 17, 2008 by the City Council, was approved by the Mayor on December 23rd, and became effective on December 26, 2008. The start date of the ordinance was going to be on February 1, 2008, but Building and Safety started enforcing it immediately in December 2008. Specifically, the Building and Safety the budget, according to the ordinance, allowed only 3 inspectors and senior inspector. I looked at it and that was not nearly enough. Therefore, I assigned 16 additional inspectors to do the off-site sign inspection program. So that's a total of 20 versus 4 authorized by the budget. As of today, I am extremely pleased to share with you that Building and Safety has surveyed 5,500 signs since January 1, 2009. Therefore, the program was supposed to be a 3-year program. We are not at a 5-month
Mr. Adamant, of the 5,500 signs, is there a guesstimation what percentage that 5,500 represents, given the number of signs that are out there? Is there a guesstimate in your mind, zoning department, what is the number of signs out there, and what does the 5,500 represent?
Yes, it is total signs covered by off-site sign inspection program is approximately 8,000, so 5,500 represents 75% of those signs that we have done the survey on. Of the so within the 5 months, we have done 75% of the signs, and we have done 17,000 sign inspections in the last 7 years. The question which comes up by the public and council members, and it's a very legitimate question, if the building and safety is doing its job, why aren't these signs being torn down? Well, the reason is that a sign that is illegal, we issue an order on it, and we give them a certain period of time, and after the period of time, if they have not complied, our ultimate weapon is that we turn them over to refer them to the city attorney's office. We are not allowed to go out and tear down the signs. What we can do is refer them to city attorney's office, and then it requires legal action by the city attorney's office. As you may well be aware of, there is many complicated legal issues involving signs and billboards and court rulings, which has limited the ability of the city to go beyond issuing the order. We are doing inspection, we are issuing orders, and we are referring to the city attorney. That is all we can do. Anything beyond that is in the purview of the legal arena.
Thank you. Colleagues, there is a motion that calls for the expansion of an ICO for 45 days. I signed on to this motion, hearing all the questions that had been generated by this council. It's important that we understand what these legal implications mean. We just heard from the director, it's a legal issue of why we're not enforcing the law. We do have a new city attorney. This period of time allows that city attorney to address that very same assertion. It gives us time for our staff, for our stakeholders to engage this detail, and puts us in a place that allows us as elected officials to demonstrate to our constituency that we do care about the quality of life in our respective districts, that we are in a position to do something about it, and that we will encourage the new city attorney to implement. So with that, colleagues, I'd like to ask that we move on that matter, expand this for 45 days. Several colleagues have signed on, and I believe it will allow us to position ourselves to further understand what needs to get done. I do want to take a moment. I can't tell you, colleagues, how hard the staff worked on this. I can share with you that the planning department, building and safety, the city attorney's office gave up their holidays during Thanksgiving, during Christmas, to get us to a place where we responded with the ordinance you see before you today. So for that, I thank them for sitting on the front row, the staff that's here. I thank you for your efforts, because you also saw the urgency. You saw the need to drive forward a policy that reflects the concerns of every council member here, and I thank you for your effort. You got us to this goal, but now we are in a place to expand this 45 more days. I'm hoping we'll become that much more efficient and effective in implementing this law. So for that, I thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Alarcon is next, then Mr. Zion, then Mr. Rosendahl, then Ms. Hahn, then Mr. Parks, and then Ms. Gruhl. We'll start with Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I support the request, not because Mr. Zumadog suggested it, but because Mr. Reyes suggested it, that we extend consideration of an ICO. But I think the discussion has been very helpful. The presentations have been very helpful. A lot of good public comment that has weighed in. I think there's been a lot of good work done here, particularly the enforcement piece is critical. I don't know if 45 days is enough. I'd like to understand more why 45 days as opposed to 90, because the city attorney will have about a week to work on it. So if you could hold my time.
I don't have any My only stake here is to have a better quality of life for Los Angeles. If this body feels we need 90 days, that's fine with me. We need 60 days, that's fine with me. The issue here is to make sure that everything's on the table, because this is our second shot at this, so we got to do this right.
I think 90 days would be more appropriate, if you don't mind, but we'll let the discussion continue. I would like to add one piece that is not in the ordinance, and that has to do with outside of sign districts. I do not have a sign district. I just have a lot of really ugly signs in my district, and I don't have the opportunity to negotiate with the company to replace those signs. So I would like to have the opportunity, if a new sign wants to come in, that I would like to ask them, okay, I'll let you have this sign in this place, working with my community, if you eliminate 5, 10, signs elsewhere, or square footage elsewhere.
Could we invite the staff to give us the nexus? What was the technical detail that created that language? We were very particular about our standings in the courts, our strength as a city to protect our coffers and lawsuits. So if the planning staff can come up and just establish, because I think that's a very important question for our colleagues here that we're asking, why can't I have a sign use district?
I would like to point out that I did meet with staff and discuss this specific issue, and I do believe we can do this in a way that it doesn't necessarily have to be my decision, but we have to have, I think, the ability to trade outside of the sign districts, and I believe the staff will suggest how we might be able to do that.
Yep. Alan Bell, Planning Department staff. We did meet with a council member on this particular issue. The way the ordinance is currently structured, it only enables sign reduction if you have a sign reduction as a sign district. And with this particular proposal, it would establish a procedure, a process to enable sign reduction outside of sign districts. So essentially, we would be taking a look at the feasibility of establishing a procedure to allow a new billboard, a new digital sign to go up anywhere in the city in exchange for a reduction elsewhere in the city. It could be for every sign that goes up, there would have to be 2 signs would have to come down, 3 signs would have to come down. Where those signs would have to come down, those are the types of issues that could be addressed in a follow-up analysis that we could present to this particular city council. It's an intriguing idea, and it could certainly go a long way towards addressing sign clutter in the city.
So I would like to offer a friendly amendment to the extension of the ICO motion that would consider the feasibility of including a new sign trade program to eliminate signs from the city of Los Angeles. Whether we do it by 3 times the square footage of the size of the sign or 10 signs, if you get an LED sign, a graphic sign, then you probably could get a lot more than 5 signs. I mean, the value is just huge. So we may have create a sort of a list of different benefits to exchange for a variety of different kinds of signs. Anyway, I would offer that as a friendly amendment if you would accept. Who's the maker of the motion? Mr. Rosendahl, if you would accept that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I have no problem with it, but I do want to ask the city attorneys a few questions when they come back up. But yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question that was raised by our Director of Building Safety, Mr. Edelman, if you could please come back and hold my time, please. You made a statement that thousands of locations have been inspected. Yes. How many have been cited? And of those cited, what was the effect of the citation?
I do not have of the 5,500 locations.
Can you hold my time, please, Mr. President?
So I'm going to ask, Mr. Butraga is here. He can answer the specific how many have been cited.
Okay, you can cite forever, but if there's no activity after the citation, then it doesn't have any impact.
Our ultimate weapon, council member, is we cite. If they don't comply, we refer it to city attorney.
And what happens at that point? That's my question.
That's a question better addressed to the city attorney.
Question what?
Better addressed to the city attorney.
Well, you're the ones who do the enforcement. you refer to the city attorney. Who would we ask the city attorney's office what happens after they receive that citation for enforcement for prosecution? Fine, incarceration? I mean, what do they actually do after they're cited, if in fact they are cited? Can we have the city attorney come up forward and answer the question, please? What I'm looking for, a lot of people have said that there's little to no enforcement. Building safety says they're enforcing. The question is, when they enforce, what happens after they take action on the enforcement of a violation?
Good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, council members. David Michelson with the Office of the City Attorney. As most of you, probably all of you know, we have two sides of our office. We have a criminal branch and we have the civil branch. Any referrals made by the Department of Building and Safety to the City Attorney's Office for enforcement would be on the criminal branch side. I do believe, however, that it's fair to say that the City Attorney's Office has been very aggressive, frankly, in going after sign companies and property owners. As we mentioned before, on the civil side of the office, we have over 20 lawsuits at any given moment that we're actively and aggressively handling in court, mostly federal court.
Now, those lawsuits generated by the city, or those lawsuits against the city?
Most of those would be lawsuits against the city.
Okay, well, I'm looking at what's the city doing to counter that. They're suing us. What are we doing to show them that the people of the city of Los Angeles have concern about this? And if they sue us, we always have to defend it. My question is, what are you doing when building safety goes out there and does enforcement and throws you that? What are you doing with it? And how many have been taken action on?
Right. I'll answer it by probably best by way of example, because I think it'll get right to the issue. Indeed, there have been certainly a number over the years of orders to comply referred by Building and Safety to the City Attorney's Office. I don't think it's a lot, quite frankly, and we can certainly get you that information. But those that have come in are carefully reviewed by our prosecutors in our criminal branch, and where a case can be made, absolutely, we file in criminal court and go after those sign companies or those property owners. Let me give you an example, though, what tends to happen in the life cycle of these cases, where we are the aggressor, where Building and Safety has referred over a notice of violation or an order to comply. Worldwide Rush. That's a name you probably all know because we've been in court with them quite a bit over the last number of years. Our criminal branch, I believe, filed one or more cases against Worldwide Rush at their locations where super graphic signs went up. These came from orders to comply written by Building and Safety. Compliance wasn't made by Worldwide Rush, referred to the City Attorney's Office, criminal branch, we prosecuted. We're in criminal court, and within a fairly short period of time, Worldwide Rush goes over to the civil side, to federal court, in this case, I believe, to Judge Audrey Collins' courtroom, making a series of arguments that the underlying laws are unconstitutional. And therefore, don't prosecute us, Worldwide Rush would say, in criminal court if your laws are actually unconstitutional. A number of years go by as we battle Worldwide Rush in federal court, and ultimately, as I think you all know, last summer, the city lost that case where Judge Collins ruled that the 2002 ban, which was the underpinnings of our criminal action, was unconstitutional. And what did we do in reaction? We urged you all to adopt the ICO, the moratorium, and you did, and go back to the drawing board to come up with a new sign ordinance that's modern, comprehensive, cohesive, and that is legal under the court's current interpretation of the various laws, First Amendment, for instance, that deal with outdoor signage. But these sign companies are very good at litigating these cases as much and as often as they can, which does slow down the criminal enforcement ability, and that's just the nature of the beast.
So the bottom line is our enforcement doesn't have the teeth to really get their attention to have impact.
Correct, and that's why this new sign ordinance, once it does come back before you, has some very important components to it that are not presently in the existing laws. High civil penalties, administrative avenues, private rights of action, and again, the sign ordinance is cohesively now built to be able to provide with, I think, frankly, greater enforcement and with more teeth in the mouth to actually get at some of these issues.
And the time frame necessary, my colleague, Mr. Reyes, I think most of the council members are very supportive of this continuation on this ICO. Is that sufficient time frame giving you to draft the new ICO the 45 days or the 90, whatever we picked up, we need to make sure that we give you sufficient time to draw that so we can continue with this ICO while our city attorney-elect reviews and moves forward with this.
No, I appreciate that, Councilmember. We will have enough time. The new ICO will be similar in drafting as to the old ICO, and so we'll turn it around very quickly. It will have an urgency clause in it, so it'll require 12 votes of your council. That'll allow it to go into effect in time before the existing ICO expires June 24th.
So the time frame is sufficient for the State Attorney's Office to complete that?
Yes, we'll work on overtime to get it done, no question. Okay,
and I have a number of questions. I met with our City Attorney-elect this morning and discussed some of these issues. He's got some concerns. He's asked that we continue this so that his request that we do that, and I think Mr. Reyes and my colleagues are supportive of that. We want to get this done, and we want to give the enforcement authority to building and safety and the follow-up to the City Attorney's Office. I know from law enforcement, when someone commits a crime, we arrest them, City Attorney prosecutes, the courts do what they need to do. The system seems to work pretty well. It seems like with this sign issue, it doesn't work very well, and we need to make sure it does work well. So for the people of Los Angeles, we can show effectiveness in what we're trying to accomplish. So I thank you for that. I know that the staff from both sides has worked diligently on this, and I think with this election that just took place, a new set of eyes is going to be reviewing it and give an opportunity for us to strengthen what we need to strengthen so that people of LA know we're serious. And I will also say this is the first time I've seen this many lobbyists in city council chambers on one issue, and what they're trying to do is obviously represent their clients, which I understand, but the bottom line is we need to represent the people of the city of Los Angeles, and that's what we're here to do. So I thank you all very much.
Councilmember, if I may point out, 45 days will put you on the eve of going on your summer recess. 60 days will be immediately after you return from your summer recess. Therefore, perhaps a 90-day would be more appropriate to allow everybody time.
I asked the City Attorney's Office what they believe is appropriate for the time frame as they walk away. Mr. Edelman brought up some time frames. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page so everyone has sufficient time to get this thing done. And then we still have this ICO that they can't put billboards up while this time frame takes place.
Like Councilmember, again, David Michelson with City Attorney's Office. There's two separate issues. One is the time we need to actually prepare an ICO, have it heard by the Planning Commission, get it back to you all with an urgency clause, and get it adopted in time so it's legally effective before, in essence, June 25th, because that's when the old ICO terminates. Separate and apart from that is, once the new ICO is in place, how much time you all need and the new city attorney's administration would like to review the pending sign ordinance that's otherwise before you today. And that's really at your discretion in terms of how much time you think would be prudent.
But I'd ask the experts, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Ayala, I just want to make sure everybody has sufficient time.
Well, colleagues, let's hear all the statements from my colleagues. And at the end of that discussion, let's look at a time frame that works. I hate to put a date now. I need to hear what my colleagues have to say, what the concerns are, and put that framework in place. And then we'll ask our city attorney's office in planning if that's sufficient time. So maybe we can just continue hearing from my colleagues.
Great,
we'll
thank
go
you.
from there.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Madam
President, I'm sorry you switched seats again.
That's
There you
all
go.
right. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Ms. Hahn and Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick because we've moved in the right direction here, and I just want to make clear we have a motion here that obviously continues the item, puts in a new ICO in place, allows us to wade in it with the new city attorney and the new council member. And I think we all pretty well see this as the right strategy going forward. The one big issue that I have besides all of this, which is continuing it, taking a deep breath, looking at it, and having the new city attorney and new council member weigh in, is the bigger issue about money, revenue streams from these signs. One of the things I hope we look at with the new ICO is every deal that was cut to date. What kind of a deal was it? And if these are signs that are going to stay up, what is the revenue stream, and how do we modify it if the revenue stream is not adequate? In my district, as you know, there are 563 billboards, thanks to Dennis Hathaway and all the folks in Venice that organized that, of which 34 were illegal and 20 flipped to digital. And when I ask all the time, what is the revenue stream, all I get is mumbling. I know these were deals cut early on. All these things need to be on the table, as well as continuing this ICO on the new ICO, letting the new folks get in on it, and all of us to continue our dialogue. So I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Hahn is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And first of all, I do want to always give a shout out to our great chair of Plum, Ed Reyes, who really does such a great job on all these very, very complicated issues. And I know you've been working on this a long time. I know sometimes it causes you a little bit of angst when it finally comes before us. We become more engaged. We probably should be a lot more engaged earlier, but somehow this is the nature of this beast, that when it comes before us, we begin to talk about things that we think maybe are concerns and issues that we can address. And I certainly had some, but you have done a good job, and this is very, very, very complicated. I introduced the motion, co-produced by Bill, seconded by Dennis and Tom, that we continue this item. I originally had said 45 days, but Andrew Edelman said 90 would be more appropriate for the ordinance piece of it, as it gives, again, our new city attorney, our new council member in the 5th District an opportunity to get up to speed. But the ICO, of course, we have to time that with when the old one expires, and we want to make sure we don't lose any time and that we put another one into place right away to prevent the placement of illegal signs. What I've been hearing, though, from my constituents, and Gus Navarro was here, who is a small business sign guy, and who talked about the problem is the illegal signs and clutter right now. And one of the things I hope to get addressed as we delay this for 90 days is an ordinance that actually does address clutter and illegal signs, because this one actually doesn't. The only way this one addresses clutter and illegal signs is if, one, it has been cited in the past 5 years as being illegal, and the only reason it begins to address clutter is if you are a part of a sign district where you can do this exchange program where you allow a new sign up, and in exchange you are allowed to take down some of the clutter. If you're not in a sign district or your illegal signs haven't been cited, then this new current ordinance does not address that. And I think people are tired of illegal signs. They're tired of clutter. But I think we have industry, we have business, we have labor on the same side. Let's enforce currently the ordinance that we have, which does address those things, before we put into place a new one. I also am very concerned about the idea of us being business friendly in the city of Los Angeles. You know, we're always being criticized for not being business friendly, and we've been compared to some cities who have less signage than us, and we want to be like them. But again, as Gus Navarro said, one of the things that he thinks is attractive about Los Angeles to a business person looking on where to locate is our sign ordinance, and whether or not we do allow for a competitive sign to be placed. So that's just an issue I want us to address in this. And how about entertainment districts like NBC Universal, Dodger Stadium? I mean, I just feel like there needs to be some carve-outs maybe talked about, and maybe there are, in this ordinance that can address that. And I had heard, and I know you've had a lot of meetings, and you've had a lot of public comment, but I did hear a common theme that some of the industry members felt like they were not at the table to help craft this ordinance. So whether or not that's true, hopefully in this 90 days we can make another effort to create that proverbial table and have neighborhood councils, stakeholders, people in the industry, people in the business community that actually can maybe give their input. So hopefully we have the support today to continue this for 90 days, and in no way are we, criticizing what you've done so far. Just felt like we heard enough stuff today, I did anyway, that I would like to see a little more broadening of the table, perhaps, to craft an ordinance that addresses these issues, something that we can all support and clearly gets into compliance what many perceive as a sign problem here in Los Angeles. Thank you. Quit laughing, Ed.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also want to thank Ed and the staff, because it's obviously been a lot of work done. And as always, a lot of this stuff becomes very parochial. And one of the things we want to send a letter to you just to outline some of the issues that we have, and the particular issues in the sense of on-site, off-site discussions that have gone on We have a particular concern about the Coliseum-specific plan that was rolling along and had gotten through the approval cycle, but it got captured into this process, and it basically delays some of the issues. But one of the things we'd like, as you go back and look at this for 90 days, it's something that we think has been ignored over time. Many of these locations, particularly for off-site, if they are going forward, they are often in small business, yet we're not assuring that they have a business license. And if they are in small business and they are basically getting more than $100,000 per year, they should be paying business taxes. The other issue is if you're adding, if the dollar figures are accurate, and some of these signs may produce hundreds of thousands of dollars, then we really should be concerned about whether that property is being reappraised for that added value so that property taxes are being attached appropriately. So those are the couple of issues that we have from the financial side. But the other thing is we don't have a comfort level to seeing community and specific plans being trumped by a citywide ordinance, because we're moving so close to getting community plans updated, particularly in my area. After 30 years, they're finally going to have a real community plan. We'd like for that grassroots effort to make some of these decisions about what they think should be done, rather than me signing off on something and saying Baldwin Hills should be a sign district. I would much prefer that neighborhood group to decide where sign districts should be coming about. So those are some of our issues, but we'll more clarify them in a letter to you. But again, the main issues, that two things that on the financial is really looking at whether we as a city, we're certainly dealing with the companies that are installing them and they're paying their business tax, but those that are in small businesses, I don't think we've considered what impact they would have if you end up with a business license, and what impact it would have on the city if they are getting their property reappraised for the value of that expensive sign.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, sorry, and I moved over here. Thank you, and I want to add kind of what Ms. Hahn said about our Chair of Plum, because on a lot of issues, not just this one, he has a lot of public hearings and discussion and comes to some agreement, tough decisions, and then there's lots of questions and issues that come up through that. So I want to thank you for you and your members of your committee as well, but particularly you, Ed. The one question I have is City Attorney and Building Safety, they could come up, and I know in the, whether it's 45 days or 90 days extending the ICO, and one of the things that had been introduced today was the important aspect of having an urgency clause, so there was no gap between the day in which the current ICO would expire and a new ICO would expire. I do know there's been some issues raised as I think if you could just tell us the process, I assume, after this, if today the council says whether it's 45 or 90 days, you will go back and give us a new ICO that would extend it past the 23rd and allow us to have some of these other discussions and neighborhood council input, and really, as we're looking at signs. But one piece is enforcement. Now, I'm not sure in the temporary ICO whether or not there were fines added to that as a part of if they were violating that ICO as we go forward, and whether or not in the new ICO you will bring to us if there are going to be fines attached to that. So if I couldn't hold my time.
Thank you, Councilmember David Michelson with City Attorney's Office again. That is one of the things we will look at, the issue being necessary and prudent enforcement built into the ICO itself. So we'll fold that into what we're doing the next few days, absolutely.
Okay. I think that's important, colleagues, and Ms. Hahn and I were talking a little bit about this as well earlier, because it's not only the super graphics and the digital signs, which we clearly have concern about, but there are a lot of signs, and you've spoken at this too, and the lack of staff in building and safety, and introduced a motion today to see if there are fees attached that would allow us to actually have those kinds of inspections that will go out, because as has been shown to me, when you look at a street and you see from what building and safety would enforce, and again, I know you haven't had a whole lot of staff to do this, and what is allowed, right away, visual blight in some of our streets would be changed dramatically in the city of Los Angeles. But it does take going to each business and talking to them about those illegal signs that exist. And I think there is a recognition, as I was driving along the 10 freeway yesterday and last night, seeing the multitude of billboards that exist along that freeway and the 210, you see that gone are those days where the Burma shave, which was the little sign that everyone liked to see and read. I mean, we've gone way past that in this region. And I'm showing my age as you're laughing over there, I know, those old signs. But I know another motion I think Mr. LaBonge may have introduced today, and a question that we've had, and is state legislation, because of the 4-second fact that I think if it blinks, and they're saying if it blinks greater than 4 seconds, it's blinking. If it's less than 4 seconds, it's not blinking. We've had this debate, and city attorney has advised us that that is state legislation. I don't know about you, but every 4 seconds seems blinking to me, and I know that there's always a battle on the state level to make some of those changes, that we have control over certain things within the city, and there's other things that we don't have control that are state legislation, and I think we need to look at how we can impact that, because neighborhoods throughout the city are saying they want control. They want some, empowerment to be able to decide where things go and where they don't go and how it impacts. Because there are certain parts of the city that have been accepted that you say, wow, those signs are fine in that direction. But in other places, for example, in my district like Ventura Boulevard, we're very concerned with it being completely surrounded by residential, that we would not want to have any allowance of additional signs, billboards that would be able to go there. So I think that the deep breath is helpful. What I want to make sure is that we're just not avoiding making some of the tough decisions we have to, which is to defend our neighborhoods and our communities, and also work with the business community to understand that balance, which is always very difficult to do, and which Mr. Reyes does very eloquently in his committee. Dave, did you want to just respond on that 4-second?
Well, not so much the 4-second, but I think your point is well taken about state law, and we have mentioned that issue before from the city attorney's office, that unfortunately local governments throughout California have to some extent handcuffs on them because of state law when it comes to outdoor signage issue. I'll give you one perfect example. There's something called a 5-year rebuttable presumption in state law that gives the billboard industry a great latitude and leeway, especially when it comes to, or in particular, when it comes to cities trying to look backwards and take enforcement actions with respect to signs that have been in place over a number of years. City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo, now 2 years running, has tried to change that law at the state level. He sponsored Senate Bill 690, which actually cleared one of the Senate committees, but unfortunately died in the second Senate committee. I think that was the Judiciary Committee, which would have eliminated or at least watered down that 5-year rebuttable presumption. But until, frankly, some of the state law changes, it really makes it difficult for local communities like the city of Los Angeles, who want to do things in an aggressive way, to be able to do it legally. And that's unfortunate, but that is something that we have to constantly struggle with. What does the state law say? We locals are preempted typically by state law. We've got to build our ordinances in such a way to be as responsive to the communities as possible, while still acknowledging that state law sets the template.
Well, and as we saw, we've all supported here in this city council the Mike Feuer bill, which of course was defeated and didn't go forward. And I think that we will look to all of you to give us some more, language and ways in which we can defend that and say how we want to, again, have local control here in the city, more so than not, which we argue on a number of issues here in Los Angeles, that we shouldn't have the state legislature telling us how we manage here in Los Angeles on that level. So anyway, so I don't know if it's a formal amendment, Mr. Reyes, to one of them, which asks them as part of the ICO coming back to this council that we look at the enforcement aspect of that and fines associated with that we can do for those that were the basis of that ICO. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hahn, did you say something? No, second. Did you second that amendment? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, and I too rise. Ed, I always want to say thank you because you have the longest meetings of any committee that go on week in and week out, and tough to try to bring everything together. I wanted to make a sign to thank you, but I didn't have quite enough pin to hold it up and say thank you. All righty. That all being said, I've added to your work here because I put in 3 motions. I think it's important, if we look at the whole city, and look at how the whole city, it's very important that everybody looks at the whole city. Mr. Michael, you spoke briefly about Santa Clarita. Mr. Bell spoke about Santa Clarita and all those cities. It's not, I think, what Los Angeles wants. There's a blend of an urban area here. There's a balance that needs to be done. I do support the efforts that are going downtown. I do support neon on buildings that are existing there that are historic. Someone mentioned about the Eastern building who was in here. I would absolutely support what exists on the top of that building. That's important. Downtown has a certain feel to it. But I think when you have sign districts all over the city, and I'm going to get a city attorney up here. Mr. Michelson, sit down right there. I got a question for you. When you have sign districts all over the city...
He meant to say please.
Please, I'm sorry, but I know David, and I did that to him from a long time. We worked together in the mayor's office. I apologize for not saying please.
No need to apologize,
David, in the
Councilman.
code, or should I ask our city attorney, our daily city attorney, in the code, is there a term grandfather in the code?
No.
No, so I'm not for grandfathering any things in, especially if it's not even been born. You have sign districts that are not even born that they want to be grandfathered. It just seems insane that we would paint this all over the city. And the only way we're going to be successful, and I truly believe we can, Council, and also for those in the industry and all the work that is need to be done, is go by it region of the city to enhance it so people don't get overwhelmed by signs, everywhere a sign. So there's no grandfathering in there, which really is something that is a code word that is not even in there. And I think it's important to work with the business community and to try to make it. We got almost 12, I believe, amendments. Maybe it's 11 amendments that I counted to this. Do you have anything to add, Madam City Attorney, please? No? Okay. So there's some amendments in here. I support the continuance to give the new city attorney. I know Mr. Koretz, who is the potential elected member of the 5th District, came this morning to the steps of City Hall to join with over 35 people from around the city to call on these measures. He too would appreciate his ability to speak on this. I think it's important that we look at these aspects. I think the signs have overwhelmed us, and it creates a situation that we don't love Los Angeles as much as we could, where it comes to a situation where we have a disrespect for the city because it's awfully too bright and too different than what we want. I always say, members, walk the 4th floor and look at this city and the buildings and the architecture. I know someone here is from the AIA. The architecture all over the city, it would overwhelm us if we continue in the way we do, and I think we have a chance. The extra time the new city attorney will give us. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Michelson, and I always appreciate your words.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Ms. Perry is next.
Question.
Ms. Perry has called the question. Is there an objection to calling the question? There's no objection to calling the question? Okay. Mr. Weston, was that an objection? No. Oh, okay. All right, then we do not require a vote if there's no objection. We had Mr. Cardenas, Mr. Reyes, and Ms. Hahn in the queue. All right. So, Mr. Clerk, we just have the one motion then before us, or do we need to go through each one as well as... The question's been called. Unless there is an objection. Okay. Hold on one second. Mr. Clerk, so if you'll walk us through.
Mr. President, does council wish to vote on each of the amendments or the two that probably stand out the most, which is one for the ICO, for the city attorney to prepare the ICO?
We have Mr. Reyes' motion right now. Was that amended to 90? Mr. Reyes, okay, for 90 days plus to get an ICO. It's a new ICO, I believe, right? Because we cannot extend the existing one with this city attorney. So let's take that up first.
And I do believe that's 13I?
13I, yes. Ms. Gruhl?
Then there would be the amendments that Ms. Hahn and I made. Yeah, added to that?
Right. There were two amendments, actually verbal amendments, one made by Mr. Alarcon on that item, to consider the feasibility of creating a new sign trade program, and then the Gruhl Hahn Reyes to make part of the ICO to look at the enforcement and the fines for the violators.
Okay. That is accepted as friendly by everybody? Okay. If so, then that would mean that all the rest of the motions, colleagues, will be kept on the table for when this returns back. in that 90 days, okay?
And, Mr. President, just for clarification, does council want this agendized to a date certain for 90 days?
Yes, let's put it on a date certain.
So that would be September 1st, which is council's first day back after the recess.
90 days takes us into the recess in August, folks, so it would really be September that we're talking about. Mr. Huizar?
That's to send the motions to committees, because if something comes back totally different, those motions may or may not apply, and it's better to be within that discussion. That's just a...
Mr. Reyes, I'll refer, yes? So we'll send the bulk of the motions then to Plum, except those two that we just talked about, okay? All right, so the action before us is the 90-day delay. It is the, or 90-day delay. All motions except the two that amended the ICO motion will be sent to Plum for consideration, and then the ICO would be written in the interim and come back to us. By what date do we need that? By next week, I believe, is the deadline. So the City Attorney's Office, we can get that by the deadline next week. So we'll work to schedule that next week, probably 1 week from today, colleagues. Okay? Yes, Mr. Zine, point of clarification?
A point of clarification. This means that no additional billboards will be posted and everything stays in place as it is now for the next 90 days.
We're asking them to draft an ICO that would continue that policy that has been in place for this ICO. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Continues.
Right.
Enforcement continues.
Correct.
That's
Enforcement,
the key.
absolutely. Enforcement is there, parallel, and always been. Mr. Labange.
Now.
Mr. Labange?
Yeah, let me ask a question. 90 days gives us the 1st of September?
Yes, sir.
So if you added 99 days, that would give you 3 council meetings before we have, so there's an opportunity. I don't know what the committee needs or whatever. Do you want a little flexibility there? Do we want to say 100 days, or do you want to say a date certain by September 16th?
Let's say the first. It's more than 100. It's more than 90 days because we're in recess. So it takes us to about 99
would give you the 9th of September. But also, if you add...
I think we cannot, after the question has been called, amend it any further. It's 90 days, and that's what the motion is. I'm sorry. We'd have to suspend the rules and go back to debate.
I make it simple, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Michelson. 90 days from June 24th, when it expires, that takes you into it. Does that make sense?
That's correct. That's how it's being interpreted.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Michelson.
Okay. So we'll figure out what date certain that is. Okay?
Right. I don't...
Yes. Point of clarification, Ms. Gruhl?
Do we need an urgency clause at all for us to make those deadlines? I see shaking heads. Do we need an urgency clause?
We will need one for next week for the consideration of the ICO, yes. And we'll move that at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is the action. We'll send that forthwith, obviously. And Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I could take a point of personal privilege here and announce some visitors today from Eagle Rock Elementary, Magnet. They are the 3rd and 4th graders, and their teacher is Ms. Bonilla. Welcome. If you could stand up, boys and girls in the back. And hopefully we could get the camera on you so that we could show off our great young boys and girls from Eagle Rock Elementary. There they are. Thank you, and thank you for coming to City Hall. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Huizar. If we can take the next item called special, please.
Item 14, called special for cards.
All right, item number 14, you said?
14.
We have John Larson on number 14. If I could ask folks to keep their conversations to a minimum as we leave the chambers. Shh. Thank you. 14 is before us. John Larson, if you'd like to speak to us. Thank you.
14G?
On 14G, yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. President, council members, very briefly, I have with me today some information, if you need it, regarding the clearance and sign-off from number 1, the outreach contractor, number 2, LAHD, and some photographs. If this will help, it is required. I do have it, and that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any council members wishing to be heard on item 14? I have a card from Matt Dowd. Mr. Dowd? Number 14.
Yes, thank you. Take a minute on this, and hopefully we can get another introduction for those kids because they're all getting blocked by everyone leaving. The rent escrow account program, removing some properties, but once again, we always like to look at these because it's a method for the city to assume properties when the people don't have the finance or the ability to keep them up to code. So it's good to see some of these properties are coming off the REIT program. It's always good to see them coming off.
I'll close our public comment on this item. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved. Next item, please.
Item 16, called special for cards, sir.
Okay, item number 16 is next before us. Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs here. Going once, going twice. Matt Dowd.
Yes, thank you, Board of Police Commissioners, the CAO. We're going to talk about police money, more police. A lot of people get up before City Council. Even the mayor sends his people, and that's something I don't know if this council was aware of. It looked like when the mayor, when the budget meeting was on, Mayor Villaraigosa, it looked like he shipped a bunch of people to public comment, you know, to fix public comment, because I've never seen anyone from San Pedro since. So we definitely need the money, but as we said, the fire and police pension boards, they lost all the money through Jack Weiss and Weatherly Capital, and the City Council ought to take notice of what happened here a week ago. I'm not talking about Matt Dowd, I'm talking about what happened to Jack Weiss. We talked about everything, and all you got to do is listen.
Next, we have Zuma Dog on item 16 as well. Okay, he waves. We'll close the public comment on that. Any items, members wishing to be heard? If not, let's go ahead, prepare the roll on 16, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 21, called special for card.
We'll send that forthwith without objection. Item 21, Arnold Sachs is not here. Mr. Dowd? All right. Mr. Rosendahl, you want to speak first on this? On 21? Then I'll come down. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Rosendahl?
You got it up? Okay. Today is an auspicious day, folks, on many levels. You see the white bow, and that has to do with what happened with the courts today. And in memory of Harvey Milk, who was one of our original leaders in 1978 when I went to San Francisco, like many other people, to figure out who we are and where we're going, he was already out there providing leadership. He truly is a historic figure, a courageous figure, and we need to have a day in his remembrance, if for nothing else, to set up the whole civil rights issue. This is a civil rights and human rights issue. Colleagues, you know, I'm openly gay. I don't make a big deal about it. I just happen to be gay. But the reality is gay people in this planet don't have the basic rights that everybody else accepts for granted. Mr. Wesson was right. We're all impacted by this issue, and we all are family here. So in memory of family, in memory of today's disappointment out of the state Supreme Court, I'm looking forward to federal legislation that will preempt all the state laws. I'm for separating church and state. You can have your own opinion of God, but everybody should have a civil marriage certificate that allows them the same benefits and get out of this whole did God this or God that, which just continues to be a problem. There are federal sponsors working on legislation right now that would give us, for the first time in the history of our great nation, our basic civil rights and human rights. Harvey Milk was one of our heroes in the 70s. He had a personal impact on my life, as he did millions of us across the nation. I thank God for that film that came out that let a lot of other people hear about him. So I'm all for declaring a day in memory of Harvey Milk, and an auspicious moment right now when the Supreme Court took away my basic civil rights and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl, and thank you, Ms. Gruhl, as well, for joining together on this motion. It is a bittersweet day to do this, but like so many civil rights leaders that preceded him, Harvey Milk was truly a trailblazer, and like many that came before and after him, his life was unfortunately tragically cut short. Imagine if he were alive today, where we would be, where the court decision may have landed today, where the vote this past year may have been. But in his short life, he accomplished so much. His passion for justice and equality, it's shown through all that he did, not only as one of the first openly gay people to be elected to public office in a major U.S. city, but through all of his legislation that afforded a closeted LGBT community the right to stand up and be counted, something that we in Los Angeles maybe take for granted, but throughout the United States many still don't, and at that time no one really here did as well either. He wasn't afraid to speak out, not only for gay rights, but for the rights of women, for seniors, for people of color. The list goes on and on. He was somebody who was a trailblazer, not just on civil rights issues for lesbian, gay, and bisexual individuals, but for everybody, and he paid dearly for this. He gave the biggest sacrifice of all. He gave his life. And for this we owe him a debt of gratitude. So today I urge an aye vote to honor the civil rights hero the way we've honored other civil rights leaders, such as Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Cesar Chavez, by designating a day in his memory so that school children and all Californians can pay tribute to the man and legacy from which we all benefit. This would be one of the greatest things that California could do, so I'm very proud to be with my great colleague, Mr. Rosendahl, and thank Ms. Gruhl as well for being part of this, and urge your aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Clerk, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Matter passes. Next item, please.
Item 22, called special for cards.
Number 22, we have Donna Pearman.
Okay. Anyway, I'm against the fee waivers. I'll always be. And you talk about saving the city, have to help the city with having to pay more for pension, furlough, people losing their jobs. Even the city's council staff members having to sacrifice. Yet you continue waiving fees. You continue letting the CRA and William H. Jackson take away our money, have whatever he wants. Our council members are working with questionable people. You wish to cover all these, you wish to cover having all these fee waivers, covering all the corruption. You want to keep dumb people. You want to keep dumb people down, feed them, water them, keep them occupied with parties. Cover it up. Well, let's look. We have parades. Find someone else to fund. We need to find someone else to fund these 4,606 Memorial Day Parade and the 6,319 Veterans Day Parade. I'm sure private industry can get tax breaks for recognition events like this. These are important veterans, but we should fund it differently. And anyway, I'm getting a losing point. So anyway, is it fair to ask the city employees to sacrifice so we can party, have parades? It's over 27,000 already. Yes, it adds up. Along with the head of CRA, our mayor, city council spending billions, you want to hide the city employees. You have fee waivers to occupy the city employees and other Angelinos. We eat, drink, party, and forget what politicians are doing to us. Let's stop partying and take our city back. I don't want to party. I don't know about you. And as I said, we need to get rid of these fee waivers because these are getting way out of hand. How can we ask the city employees to give up anything when our city council is throwing all our money on these fee waivers? Thank you.
You're welcome, Zuma Dog.
Yes, what I would like to know is how much do you have to pay a council member to have Broadway and 7th named after you? They want to change Broadway and 7th to Delaney Square, Asa Delaney Square. How much do you pay a council member to have Broadway and 7th changed to your name? I think first you have to be appointed to MTA by the mayor, and then I think you have to sit on the nonprofit board. But I think we're going to have a recall campaign, because I think the last thing the city needs to do right now is spend $100 million on a trolley downtown. So, one, I'm very against changing the name. Matt, can we have Matt removed? I'm trying to talk here, and oh, you're powerless against Matt Dowdy. You would have done something already. But hold on, bro. I'm talking here. Dude, you're not the city attorney. Hold on, man.
He is not talking on this item.
Thanks a lot, doofus. I was hammering Weezer on this one. He's going to probably...
Please redirect your comments
Okay.
on the subject
Okay,
matter.
special event
Thank you.
fees. Let me remind city council members, special event fee money is money... That was funny. Special event fee money is money that comes out of the general fund. In case you haven't read Zoom at Times, your appointed commissioner appointments, and I'd like to remind you that you appoint the commissioners that lost $7 billion. So every time you want to approve one of these cookie decorating festivals, or sprinkling, or runs, or walks, or whatever whatever the golf fest thing of the day is, it comes out of the general fund. I don't want any more jibber jabber spending. I don't want any more special event fees that don't have to do with prudent fiscal services. It's all coming out of hey. What the hell's going on here? Do you know the crisis we have? You just blew $7 billion. Each and every one of you appointed the commissioners. You did nothing in the face of the adversity. And what do? You have fundraisers for Andrew Cuomo. That guy's an international treasonist, and you're raising money for him. You guys are in big trouble.
Mr. Zumadog, it's zumadog.com for the record. Matt Dowd, please.
Thank you. Yes, contrary to those speakers, most of these are okay, and when it really comes down to it, these are chump change in the budget of the city of Los Angeles. We need to thank God and the voters for getting a real attorney to come into the city attorney's office, and not Jack Weiss. And the reason I'm talking about Jack Weiss...
He's not talking on this item, Mr. President.
Because Jack Weiss
Can you
is the one...
get back to the subject, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
See, it's a big thing with fee waivers whether the commercial interest or the person holding the event is reimbursing the money to the city. It's a major consideration. And Jack Weiss was behind that memo, but it was his inaction for all those years that's one of the things that led to his downfall. Now we're going to get a city attorney in here who's maybe going to look at some of these things and see who's getting all the fee waiver money.
Thank you.
So that
I'm thanking you for your comments.
I haven't finished. Okay.
Well, thank you again when you're finished.
What I have noticed, too, is the only thing I do notice with these ones is a couple of these Eagle Rock things. They may be the kind of thing we might have to knock on the head. The Memorial Day observance, no, that's a worthy one for the city. But that's what the attorney's office needs to look at. Who's getting all the fee waivers? Is it balanced out amongst all the council districts? The money comes out of the general fund. The general fund has to pay back the pension money that got lost. So all these things are intertwined. So fire some attorneys, because they're the ones actually getting the city into this trouble.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. Our next speaker, Miriam Vogler.
My union coalition will hear this. No concessions to the city, because you people took the early retirement plan off, and LaBonge won't listen to me.
She is not talking about the special event items.
You know something? You're still having these fee waivers, and you took our pension away.
Ma'am, the fee waiver is not the pension. That's another subject. We're talking about fee waivers. Fee waivers, please.
Okay, but the money needs to go back to the pension instead of being paid for fee waivers. I object to this.
Thank you.
Okay, my husband worked for the city for over 20 years, and he expects that pension, and he expects the medical to not be tampered and touched, because you people decided to go ahead and put it on the Wall Street. You have no right to tamper with it, just as the fire and police department as well. Okay?
We're back on fee waivers.
Officers to preserve their pension.
Let me direct you back to fee waivers.
Okay.
It's not about pensions. This is about fee waivers.
This is the general fund money you're talking about.
Fee waivers, ma'am.
No, the fee waivers comes from the general fund, and you are ripping off the public by taking the money from the general fund and using it for your fees, so that you can all look beautiful in your districts. Let me tell you, I love some of you people. You're wonderful, but I personally have nothing against you. I just wish you would do things right. God will reward you if you turn around and repent. Do things right. We got a good city attorney here. He's going to turn things around. Mr. O'Connell, you're going to be working for a truly beautiful guy. He's wonderful. I met him at the Skirl Ball, and the wife didn't show up.
Mr. President, she's still...
Can you
is
get
not
back
talking
on?
about
I know you
school.
love me. I know you love me, and I appreciate that
And I'm
love.
very happy.
But we got to stay on the focus of fee waivers.
Cleaned up. The fee waivers are going bonkers.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the love. Thank you. I'd like to note that we are protected by Detective Harry Edo today in uniform. We want to congratulate you on your uniform appearance. Can we get you on camera? Everyone can see Detective Edo in uniform. Can we get the camera on him? Can the world see Detective Edo? Can someone shine up? He's over here on the left of the council chamber. You can go, there you go, there he is. Thank you very much. He's ready for battle. There'll be no battle, but you look good. Next item, please.
The council still needs to take a vote on that last item.
Okay. I was distracted by the appearance of Detective Edo. All right. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
There you go. 13 ayes. That was
Ask that item 12 go forthwith.
item 12 forthwith. Thank you, Councilmember Grue. Next item, please.
Item 24 called special for cards.
Number 24. Arnold Sachs. Matt Dowd. Matt Dowd. That's the only cards I have on 24.
You made a massive mistake if you clerked off today.
Matt, you've got it.
Thank you. Yeah, the one thing Ed Reyes did get right, and I shouldn't really say it like that, but he does know. But he did say that if you say something over and over and over and over again, people start to believe you. And here's one. The tract maps, the blueprint for density. I heard Zumadog say it 1,000 times. So every time one of these comes through in this day and age, you got to be saying, what kind of prospects do these people have? The infrastructure's not here. The state's money's dried up. Federal money is in question. And all you're doing out there is writing tickets and harassing the general public to try and make up the shortfall in the money, and I don't even know how far off topic I could get.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog, I do not have a card on you for... Well, I do now.
No, I apologize. There was a mistake with the city clerk's office over the phone. They switched mine to Matt's name.
Somehow they had your cards fill out in the valley.
Well, you guys talk so much on that one item. We had time to drive from Van Nuys to over here. We say we'll just come down and do a live if they're going to make it 2 hours.
All right.
So anyway, we're talking about track maps here. And what I need council to be aware of, because, I'm not sure all the times you know what you're voting for. And track maps, it's the blueprint for density. When you have a new project that's coming online, like a skyscraper or a tower or something that is way too big for the appropriate infrastructure, it starts with track maps. Now, let me tell you why we cannot be having any more big projects like you like to cram in every nook and cranny. First of all, water. We have a serious water shortage. Colorado River, Vivendi Corporation, Gray Davis knows about it, and I'm telling you, we got big water problems. And I want to read the names of everybody that's going to approve these. Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezar, LeBong, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Wesson, Garcetti. These are the people that would be voting yes on the projects that they cannot in good conscience certify that we will have enough water. And I don't know how much more emphatic. I'm always right. I'm always going out on a limb saying crazy stuff. And then, damn it, if I'm not right every time. So you're going to have people dying on the streets without enough water. Also, the traffic. We don't have enough infrastructure. We don't have enough police. We don't have enough services. You don't have money. So a bunch of dummies just fumbled $7 billion in the stock market. And I'd like to remember that has everything to do with everything, because the city's going to be declaring bankruptcy. And I'd like to say again, each and every one of you approved every one of the commissioner appointments that has put us in this situation. And I'm here to tell you, Jerry Brown, with his indictments and his subpoenas, I'm here to tell you people, we're going to have some special runoffs, and we're going to have some special elections, and we're not going to need a recall. Shame on each and every one of you for approving and going along with the ride. You're small potato cowards.
Thank you.
All bow down before the mighty Zumadai.
That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Forthwith on number one.
Forthwith on number 1. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Post and referral.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Alarcon requests to be excused July 24th to arrive at 10:45 for city business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Alarcon's excused.
Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Wednesday, August 5th to leave at 11:30 for city business. That meets council policy.
Ms. Perry's excused.
Councilmember Garcetti requests to be excused Friday, June 26th to leave at noon for personal business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Garcetti's approved.
Councilmember Cardenas requests to be excused Friday, June 12th to leave at noon and for the entire meeting of October 16th, both for city business. Both meet council policy.
Mr. Cardenas excused.
Councilmember Wesson requests to be excused Friday, May 29th for personal business. That meets council policy.
Mr. Wesson's excused.
And Councilmember Hahn requests to be excused Wednesday, July 29th to leave at 11 a.m. for city business. That meets council policy.
And Ms. Hahn's excused.
That clears the desk.
Announcements, please. Ms. Perry.
I'd like to announce on behalf of the chair of the Planning Land Use Management Committee that it will start at 2 p.m. 2:15, I'm sorry, 2:15.
2:15. Thank you. Other announcements, colleagues? If not, let's please rise for adjourning motions. Excuse me. Okay. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like us to adjourn today in memory of John Peter Sliskovich, who passed away on May 17th in a tragic dirt bike accident. He was only 25 years old. John was born May 4th, 1984 in San Pedro. He graduated from Loyola High School and was just about to graduate with a degree in history from Chapman University this last weekend. Unfortunately, he passed away before that. The Sliskovich family are very active members of the San Pedro community, and his father, Dr. Peter Sliskovich, is a physician in town. John was an adventurous spirit with a very loving family. He's survived by his parents, Peter and Don, his brothers, Erica and Paul, his 2 grandmothers, and his many aunts, uncles, and cousins. He will be sorely missed. I'd also like us to adjourn in the memory of Danny Farber Jr., 18 years old. Maybe you saw this on the news. He was killed Sunday night when he was gunned down during a dinner date at a restaurant in Compton. He was a senior at Narbonne High School. He was a wide receiver, jersey number 4. I believe he was here when the team came down to the city council when we honored them for their victory of being co-champions in the city sectional. Danny had been instrumental in leading the team to that championship game. I was at that game along with Tom at the LA Coliseum back in December when the Gauchos played a very, very tough, spirited game. Danny was one of their top players, having been named on the all-city team and scoring 2 touchdowns for the Gauchos. Yes.
All members.
Danny had just attended his prom last week and was due to graduate from Narbonne on June 16th. Several universities had talked with him about football scholarships. In the meantime, he'd already begun spring football practice by working out with the squad at Los Angeles Harbor College. His future was certainly one of those full of promise. He's survived by his mother, Danielle, his father, Danny, and other loving family members. He will be dearly, dearly missed, and funeral arrangements are pending. Another tragic loss of a young person to gun violence.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Members, in the follow that to a young man's life taken away is so sad. A young woman's life taken away is so sad. This man lived a life, and his name is Arthur Erickson. He's a prominent architect, a Canadian architect who did work throughout the country, including the embassy in Washington and also the very own California Plaza in downtown. I ask we adjourn in memory of Arthur Erickson. Also, a man who had a great career at the Walt Disney Company, was the voice of Mickey Mouse for over 33 years, survived by his wife and children. I ask we adjourn in memory of Wayne Allwine.
Thank you, Mr.
Both
LeBlanc.
who lived real, complete lives. And you see the tragedy of the young man from Marlboro.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Mr. Zine? Mr. Alacom? Did you have one together? Adjourning motion?
Dwight Burgess and somehow the adjourning motion.
Okay.
We'll do it tomorrow on Dwight
Okay.
Burgess.
Thank you. If there's no other adjourning motions, Mr. Clerk, will you please